Looks like we're all here. I would like to call this committee of the whole meeting to order for January 11th for the Municipality of Jasper. It is 9:32. I would also like to begin by respectfully acknowledging that Jasper National Park and the Municipality of Jasper are on Treaty 6 and Treaty 8 territories, as well as Métis Region 4. This land is the traditional territory, meeting ground, gathering place, traveling route for the Dinéza, Mihiawak, Anishinaabe, Secwepemc, Stoney Dakota, and Métis. Councillors in front of you, you have agenda for addition. Seeing no hands, and if my internet goes out, someone please take over, but seeing no hands, I would like to ask if somebody would like to motion to approve the agenda. Thank you, Councillor Waxer. We also have in front of us the minutes from December 14th Committee of the Whole. Are there any additions or changes? Yes, Mr. Given.
Deputy Mayor Hall, we did get the motion for the agenda, and so we just need to get a vote on that motion.
Great. Yes. Councillor Waxer made that motion. Everyone in favor? Thank you. I think I just want to get through this meeting. We also have in front of us the minutes from the December 14th Committee of the Whole meeting. Are there any changes to those minutes? I don't see anybody's hands. Do I have a motion to approve those minutes? Thank you, Councillor Melnick. All in favor? And that is approved. At this time, we have a presentation from our municipal library. I believe
Is it just me, or did Councillor Hall freeze?
I would like to invite you to present.
Can someone let me know if you are seeing our slides, please?
I can read you loud and clear, Angie, and I see the slide up on the screen.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Can you take me off mute?
While we're waiting, Angie, I still want to know the brand of your headset and microphone combo there. I'm trying to build a podcast and you sound like a radio pro. I know I bring that up all the time, but I still haven't found a function that works as good as yours.
Yeah, I want to interject here, Rico.
Okay, I'm off. It's okay. I'm off mute. I fixed it. It was me.
Oh, there we go. Okay, I'm going off video to preserve bandwidth here in the house.
Okay, are we ready to start? Okay, good morning, Your Worship and Council. The library is back today for decisions on two key documents in the provision of library service in Jasper. In your agenda package, you will find the library board's updated safety and use bylaws, as well as an updated version of the letter of understanding between the municipality and the library board. We will start with a short presentation on the safety and use bylaws and includes time for questions and discussions, followed by a short presentation on the letter of understanding and concluding with questions and discussion. As has been mentioned, public library service in Alberta is governed by the Libraries Act and the Libraries Regulation. The Libraries Act specifies that a library board may pass bylaws for the safety and use of the library. The municipality operational documents and have now completed a full review and update of the bylaws. Section 36 of the Libraries Act lays out what can be covered. The Act also dictates that a municipal library board, on passing a bylaw under Section 36, shall forthwith forward a copy of the bylaw to the council of the municipality. In this case, the library board did a full review of all of its bylaws to make sure they were up to date, used consistent language, and met the library's current needs. The library board approved these bylaws October 13th, 2021. This updated version of the library board's bylaws is coming to council today. It is important to note that the municipal council does not approve the library board's bylaws, as the Municipality of Jasper Library Board is a separate corporate entity under library legislation. However, council may accept bylaws passed by the library board or disallow a bylaw. The primary reason a bylaw might be disallowed is if it goes against an existing municipal bylaw.
The library board approved bylaws in these areas, along with updated definitions. Are there any questions? If there are no questions, the Municipality of Jasper Library Board respectfully requests that the Municipality of Jasper Council accept the safety and use bylaws of the Municipality of Jasper Library Board. Thank you, and we'll move on to the letter of understanding.
Okay. The Municipality of Jasper and the Municipality of Jasper Library Board have had a letter of understanding between the two organizations since the library building was turned over to the municipality from Parks in 2010. The current letter of understanding came into effect December 15th, 2017 and expired on December the 5th, 2021. While a letter of understanding is not required by legislation, it is encouraged, and the municipality and library board have implemented one.
The library and municipality felt there was a need to have a formal framework on how they worked together. The director of library services and the municipality's chief administrative officer reviewed and updated the current letter of understanding, which was then reviewed and approved by the library board on October 13th, 2021. The full letter of agreement is in the agenda package. There have been few changes to the agreement. However, there are updates to legislative references, job titles, and communication procedures, as well as improved wording. The only addition is the inclusion of section 6.1.4. Council may, at its discretion, choose to approve the operating grant on a multi-year basis. Are there any questions? In that case, the library board respectfully requests the council approve the updated letter of understanding between the Specialized Municipality of Jasper and the Municipality of Jasper Library Board. The board would like to recommend that the letter of understanding remain in effect until the spring. This would mean that it would be coming to council at a less busy time of the year. If there is no other discussion, then we have completed our presentation.
Thank you, Your Worship and Council. The Municipality of Jasper Library Board looks forward to working with Council and the municipality, continuing to provide high-quality library service to our community. Oh, of course, my husband.
Councillor Melnick.
Of course. When we're looking at the length of the letter of understanding, when you talked about springtime, it'd be item 10.1 on page 34 of the agenda package, that it shall be effective, I'm assuming, the first day of January 2022 to pick up where the last agreement left off, and shall remain in effect until expiring. And you're suggesting a spring date in 2025?
That would be a suggestion to avoid this coming to council during budget season or after an election, that kind of thing. So it seemed like a good time to look at when this agreement was coming due.
And just a follow-up question through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Given. Substantially, having not seen this document before, but reading through it, it's comprehensive in the agreement between the municipality and the library board. There has been no significant changes in the relationship that's been established over the last 4 years.
Deputy Mayor Hall to Councillor Melnick, no, that's correct. As Ms. Thom highlighted, really most of the changes have been administrative. We've had some discussions about how we can improve the information flow when budget requests from the library would come forward to administration so that we can build them into the regular budget process for council. And then a number of sort of housekeeping matters, changing titles to match our new municipal titles. But by and large, this is status quo and a refinement. This is status quo in terms of the relationship, which I think continues to be strong between the Municipality of Jasper and the Municipal Library Board. It is really some minor administrative improvements to facilitate that relationship.
Thank you.
Are there any further questions from Council? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I have a couple of concerns, not necessarily questions for the presenters, and I apologize for whatever reason I could barely hear any of Mrs. Melnick's presentation, but I'm going to assume it pretty much followed what was in the written part of the agenda. My concern goes back to the provision in the provincial legislation that deals with the fact that once we establish a library board, we have certain obligations as a municipality. And then once we provide a facility for the library, the facility or admission to the building, is the words in the provincial legislation, is determined by the library board as a separate corporation. In our particular circumstances with the new building, the old part of the library is connected to a new part, and it is a multi-use. And it concerns me whether we have jurisdiction over our own building. And I appreciate that that's the wording that the provincial legislators chose. The mayor's office happens to be in the basement of the old part of the library. And I know that the terms of reference or the letter of understanding confirm aspects of the meeting room and the rotary room, but they don't deal with that. I wonder whether we might consider to try and clarify the situation between the municipality and the library board. Under Clause 8 of the proposed memorandum of agreement, it speaks to the fact that the municipality shall provide the board with a facility. And I wonder whether we might consider adding the words with use of a portion of a facility. We provide a portion of that library and cultural center for use by the library, but I'm not sure that we provide the entire building. And so we have this, I think, a rub with the provincial legislation. Elsewhere in the proposed memorandum of agreement, in paragraph 8.2 and subsequent, it deals with maintenance, and the municipality is responsible for all of the interior and exterior maintenance. It's clear that it is our building, despite who might be able to determine admission to the library itself. And then in clause 8.2.3.1 of the agreement, it specifically references that the library is a leaseholder, which in fact, I think is the case. And so I would just like to see clarity and consistency within the agreement that we are offering a portion of a municipal facility, but that doesn't make the facility of the library board. It may seem a little bit too much like inside baseball to many of you, but I think it's an important distinction that continues to be a municipal building, and we are obligated to provide use, and we are providing use, but it's use of the space. It's not the entire building. And I see Mr. Given has a response, so I'm happy to defer and end my comments. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hall, if I may, I think from an administrative perspective, appreciate exactly what the mayor is saying. We could probably use some additional definition here. I would propose one approach maybe to add something to 8.1.1 that references a schedule that would define the area visually. We could basically essentially draw up a floor plan that shows the quote unquote facility that the municipality is providing the library with, which would show, that it would be outside of the common areas to the building. And so, Your Worship, that might be one way to approach it, is to reference, the municipality shall provide the board with a facility adequate for the provision of library services and programs in the community. This facility is shown as attached in Schedule C, or whatever the schedule letter would be. We could do that and then merely show a floor plan that defines the boundaries of what is essentially under the control of the library in terms of access. And that would, I think, make clear that the balance of the building is under the access to the balance of the building is under the control, quote unquote, control of the municipality. I'm not sure if that would satisfy the concern, but it might be the most direct and clearest way without having to get into significant rewrites of the letter of understanding.
Thank you. Go ahead, Mayor Ireland.
If I might respond, thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Yes, I'd be content with that, as long as we simply recognize and add some clarity. And if we do that by a schedule, I'm certainly content with that.
Are there any further questions or comments from council? I don't see anybody's hands up. Thank you very much, Mrs. Melnick and Ms. Tom, for your presentation. I guess that means we're finished with you guys. Thank you. Moving on to agenda item 6, or do I need to have a motion to move on from the presentation, or that will be done in the new business?
Deputy Mayor Hall, you may want to have a motion to receive the presentation from the Municipal Library Board for information, and then that way it just sort of is an acknowledgement in the minutes that council heard from the library, acknowledge what they heard, and that is always a nice way to conclude a presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Given. Do I have a motion to accept the information? Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Do you have a comment?
If I might add to it, I would in fact move that we accept the presentation and that committee recommend to council that it approve the memorandum of understanding as amended or as adjusted by the addition of a schedule.
Excellent. Are you making that motion, Mayor Ireland?
I am, yes.
Any debate or any questions? All in favor? There are none opposed. Thank you very much for your help. Moving on to agenda item 6. Business arising from the minutes. Is there any business arising from the minutes from December 14th? Councillor Waxer.
I just was wondering whether we had written a letter to the government of Alberta regarding the early child, the new childcare agreement and the impact on low-income families.
Without Scott here, or sorry, Councillor Wilson here, I was gonna give Mayor Ireland the go ahead to if Councillor froze in there.
In response, and if I take it Deputy Mayor Hall is frozen out. The short answer, Councillor Waxer, is no, not yet. I was reviewing that last night. I have been in contact with the manager of our facility, and she has provided me with a copy of correspondence, I think, from the city of Edmonton, which captures, I think, all that we would want to say. So my thought is that I will find a way to endorse what has already been communicated to the province rather than start fresh. But I am deficient on that, so I will get to it. I was reminded when I read the agenda for today's meeting.
Thank you.
Any other business arising from the minutes? And I do apologize if my internet goes in and out, and I hope someone can take over if I get kicked out. Is there any other business arising from the minutes? I don't see any hands up. Do I need to have a motion to move on from this, or is?
No, I don't believe so, Deputy
No.
Mayor.
Okay. Okay. So moving on to agenda item 7, new business. Item 7.1, the library letter of understanding.
Sure. So Deputy Mayor Hall, if I may, you can see the administrative report there. I know that council members have all read it. And in fact, with the motion from Mayor Ireland, I believe that this item has been dealt with. His motion received the report or the presentation for information and made the recommendation that administration was looking for to council. I think there may be one additional though, which was the bylaws. We were looking for essentially 2 points. The committee received the bylaws for information, which is an acknowledgement that we have seen and received them, and that committee recommend council approve the letter of understanding now as amended. So I think Mayor Ireland's motion at the presentation took care of bullet number 2. I think we would still request a motion on bullet number 1, which is a receipt of the bylaws, just so that there's that formal acknowledgement as required under the legislation that the municipality has seen the bylaws, acknowledge them, and is intentionally choosing not to disallow the bylaws.
Councillor Melnick, and then Councillor Waxer.
I was going to make the motion to approve or to recommend that we receive the bylaws for information, but I would defer if Councillor Waxer wished to make a comment before. Then, seeing that she is probably doing the same thing I am, I would make that motion that the committee receive the Jasper Municipal Library bylaws for information.
I see no hands All in favor of that motion? I see 5 of us. I feel like Councillor Kelleher-Ampe might be frozen. Yes, Councillor Melnick.
I think you may be right, because I don't see any movement on the screen either.
In that case, it still goes through with the majority. I feel like Councillor Kelleher-Ampe will pop back at some point. So item 7.1 seems to be fit. There you are. Moving on to 7.2, policy review priority list. I can turn it over to you, Mr. Given.
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. So the report on the policy review priority list comes as a result of some council request after the election. But we'll maybe just backtrack a bit for the benefit of the public and just an understanding where we are in policy review. Policies are council statements that set service priorities or standards of performance for the municipality. It really is how council affects the services the municipality provides at a high level by setting expectations and standards. And then each policy or policies may have administrative procedures attached, which are how the organization will implement the council standards that are set. Together, policies and procedures ensure that a point of view held by the municipality of Jasper is translated into the steps that result in an outcome that is compatible with council's policy direction. On July 20th, 2021, council approved a new policy on policy development by including an opportunity for policy review, which didn't exist previously. So essentially we had a way of establishing policies, but that approach didn't include any kind of regular review. And this can become a risk for the municipality as the organization will continue to operate in alignment with policies that are on the books. And if they're never reviewed, there may become a disconnect between the desires of council at the policy level and the way the organization is operating. So in July of last year, administration brought forward amendments that established the policy development and review policy, which gave us an opportunity to ensure that policies and accompanying administrative procedures will be reviewed every 4 years from the date they're adopted by council, unless there is a legislative requirement to review them on some other kind of cycle. The intent here was to ensure that through each council term, council would have an opportunity to discuss the existing policies and give administration direction on whether those policies are current and meet council's current intent or the current community context. So that was passed, and at the time, council identified that they identified a first priority for administration, which was B009, the fiscal and financial controls policy. Administration has presented the previous council with a draft of that fiscal and financial controls policy, and we'll be bringing back a final draft based on the input received from council early this year. But past council did not set any other sort of schedule of priorities. We have many policies. They can't all be done at once, and we need to decide where to start from. And so after the election, council has asked administration to propose a more detailed list of priorities for council consideration. And we have that recommendation in the report. The recommendation is a couple of things different together. First, it's administration's interpretation of what we've heard from council since the election around relative priorities of different issues, as well as a bit of a brief administrative scan of existing policies and areas where we see that there may need to be some updating. The intent today is not to unpack each one of the policies on the priority list. I can provide a very high level and brief overview of why we recommended something on the priority list, but administration didn't come prepared today to discuss the ins and outs of each policy in great detail. Really, we want to get a sense of if we understand that all policies will be reviewed over the course of the 4-year term, does this seem like a pretty good place to start, knowing that we will be bringing policies to you on a regular basis? If there is a better place to start, or if council was aware of some other policy that they were very concerned about or was a high priority, this would be the time to let us know. We also, in the priority list, identified some, and again, after a brief administrative review, that could be considered for removal. And again, we're not suggesting removing them today, but these would be ones that, from an administrative perspective, would be pretty straightforward to bring forward to council and recommend that for various reasons, they may no longer be required. So Deputy Mayor Hall, maybe I will just run down very briefly about why administration gave some recommendation. Again, this will be at a very high level. I'll start with the proposed initial priority list. Citizen engagement, policy A004 and the related administrative procedure. Provincial legislation has changed. Our existing policy is no longer compliant. And I believe that we are actually required to pass a citizen engagement bylaw. But in any case, provincial legislation has changed. The municipality of Jasper needs to ensure that its approach is consistent with the requirements of provincial legislation. And that's why administration is recommending this as the top of the list of our priorities. D003, the joint use of municipal facilities and the related administrative procedure, really have a couple of impacts. First, our relationship with Grand Yellowhead School Division and the Francophone School Division, and setting the stage for joint use of our facilities so that the community can have access to those public facilities in the schools, and so that the schools can have access to municipal facilities. There wasn't an existing agreement between the municipality and the school districts that has expired. And so there's reason and opportunity to look at that again. There's also a new opportunity created through the creation of the Community Development Department. The existing joint use of municipal facilities in many ways sees some of what I would classify as internal municipal uses as external parties, and sort of treats a lot of our municipal programs as though they were outside of the municipality. And I think that there's an opportunity for us to make clear that municipal purposes are any of the programs that are offered by the Community Development Department. B021, interim electronic meetings and participation, and the related admin procedure. Obviously, electronic meetings are something we're all very familiar with now. This was an interim policy that I believe was established near the start of the pandemic. I think council really needs to have a look at, first off, whether this is something that they wish to continue, and if so, then it should no longer be the interim policy. But also, council probably needs to think about this in more of a continuing basis rather than what I think was the context it was originally established in, where it was sort of an emergent basis. B012, debt and reserve limits and the related procedure. This relates to how the municipality obviously takes on debt and our approach to reserves. I think, and as council is well aware, we've discussed reserves fairly extensively, and how we see from an administrative perspective that we can provide more transparency to council and to the community. And so we need to work on both of those items. B018, budgets and the related admin procedure. Again, as council is well aware, we are improving our budgeting process and the administrative approach to doing that. And we would like to make some recommendations to council. D006, project approvals, I think is fairly self-explanatory. We're looking to facilitate faster project approvals while maintaining the appropriate level of council influence. E004, staff recruitment and admin procedure. Given the nature of recruiting and the length of time that has been since that's been reviewed, administration recommends that it could be an important topic to look at. F008 is encroachments. So this is areas where private development may encroach into a municipal right-of-way. There are many areas of the municipality where a landowner or leaseholder may not be aware that a portion of their lot may extend into a municipal right-of-way or a utility right-of-way. And F008 governs how the municipality handles those types of encroachments. This can be a barrier to lease renewals and does cause some concern for private businesses, as they may have signs or other encroachments onto municipal property. And administration believes that there may be opportunities to improve that, both for the benefit of the leaseholder, whether they are a residential or commercial leaseholder, and also for administration to reduce the administrative burden. And then finally, the F009 service standards policy is a fairly broad policy, and administration would recommend that council should have a look at that and see if there may be other approaches to service standards rather than having everything wrapped up in the way that it is done in 009. And then finally, the 3, and again, there may be others, but at this time, administration identified that B017, Community Economic Development Fund, is likely not relevant considering we have no money for Community Economic Development Fund, and I believe that's been removed from budgeting for some years, so it's worthy of a reconsideration. C002, Electronic Communication Devices Policy. Electronic communications have changed quite a bit, and the approach to governing how people use those, I think, has changed quite a bit. The policy seemed to be written from a time where a primary consideration was distracted use, but I think we also need to acknowledge that it's becoming more and more of an expectation that municipal employees are using electronic communication devices as a part of their regular work. So there's an opportunity for us to look at that, and potentially this policy may no longer be relevant. And then finally, the no smoking zones policy. From administration, it seems that this one may have been superseded by provincial legislation, which has really defined under provincial legislation where you can and cannot smoke in relationship to public facilities. And so administration believes that there may be an opportunity to remove this policy, not because we don't believe that there is, that we support smoking in public facilities, but because this has been superseded by provincial legislation that should be the governing law rather than a policy. But again, not here necessarily to break down each policy and the relative merits of the policy or the details, but merely to recommend to council that this could be a approach if council was supportive of this approach and was comfortable making the motion contained in the report. The committee recommend council approve the policy review priority list as presented. Then administration, that would set the administrative sort of work schedule, and we would begin work on the policies in the order that you see them here. Deputy Mayor Hall, that's all that I have on the presentation of the report.
Thank you very much, Mr. Given. Any questions or comments from council? Councillor Waxer.
Through Deputy Mayor Hall to Mr. Given, I'm wondering if we had any success or any news on the municipal internship program.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hall for Councillor Waxer, thanks for asking. As council member for budget, the intent of the intern position would be to really add additional resources to be able to handle policy review. I have reached out to the provincial government. They had previously stated that they would be giving an indication to successful municipal applicants to host an intern in November, December. As of last week, they said that they're still waiting on the minister to make the decision. So I believe they've made the administrative recommendation, which of course they wouldn't tell us whether we're in that recommendation or not, but they have recommended to the minister and they're waiting for the minister's sign off. And we hadn't expected to receive an intern until partway through the year. So in any case, the first part of the year, the policy review will be conducted using existing municipal resources. If we're successful in receiving that intern, we would direct that intern's work to sort of giving us additional horsepower to move through them more quickly. But we have not received word yet. Councillor Waxer, I would expect that in the next number of weeks, but I certainly won't make any judgment on when the minister will get around to signing off.
I've been there and done that.
Thank you, Councillor Waxer. Any other further questions or comments from council? Councillor Demota and then Mayor Ireland.
Well, I will have an addition request to make at committee to forward to council regarding a policy around housing, but I'd like to hear what Mayor Ireland would like to discuss, and I'll defer to him before I bring up my my idea.
Thank you, Councillor Demota, my question, Deputy Mayor Hall, through you to Mr. Given. I appreciate the analysis that you've applied to the initial priority list. That's really relevant and reassuring, and particularly starting with one that might be legally invalid. That's a really good spot to start. And then those that have the most impact on operations. I think that's a simple cascading effect that makes a lot of sense to me. My question is, where does the fiscal and financial control policy fit within that proposed initial priority list? Can we assume that that is a standalone first priority, or would it slot in elsewhere in the initial priority list that's at the top of page 2 of the report that's before us?
Deputy Mayor Hall for Mayor Ireland. So that one is outside the list because it's already started. And so the priority list is which items should administration start RFDs and start the process with. The B009 is already underway. Administration is planning, and you'll see in the motion action list at the end of the committee agenda, administration is at this time believes that we can bring forward the review to B009 in February. So we're expecting it to come, as I said, in the early part of this year. It's already underway, and that's why it's not in the list. Past council chose it as the first and only priority. The administration has worked on that, and we believe that we should be able to deliver that final, the policy with that incorporates the feedback from past council. We should be able to do that in February.
All right, thank you for that. I appreciate that. And so if I may then, Deputy Mayor Hall, not a follow-up question, but an additional question. In terms of staff capacity, this is a priority list for policies. In my view, there are some bylaws that also need to be reviewed. And again, using the same sort of analysis, those which might be offside legislation would take a necessary priority, but there are others that are important for the work that we do. And so if we had a separate list of bylaw review, how do you think administration might be able to juggle all of the workload that would be encompassed in a priority list for policy and a priority list for bylaw review?
Deputy Mayor Hall for Mayor Ireland. I will say that administration built our 2022 budget based on, approved policies and existing direction from council. At that time, it was assumed that any bylaw review would sort of come up in the course of business rather than with a dedicated effort. And so if council wished to establish a similar sort of review process for bylaws, because there are a number of different bylaws, which are, I will say, often more detailed than the policies. That would be a significant amount of work, and we would like to take away and recommend to council what resources might be required to add that additional work. Not to say that we won't review any policy or bylaws, of course we will, but it would just be through the normal course of business. Because outside of the municipal intern position, there are no dedicated resources to this approach. So if a prior policy is going to be reviewed or a bylaw is going to be reviewed, that would be either through myself, legislative services, or the department area that is responsible. So for example, encroachments, that would be our licensing and enforcement department as well as operations. And we would expect the existing staff to do that on top of the work that they're already doing. So that's all, Mayor Ireland. I think, as you can probably interpret from that, that's a long way around to saying that because we have no dedicated resources at this time, council should not expect a significant dedicated focus on bylaw review other than those that come up through the course of business.
Thank you for that.
Councillor Demota?
Well, yeah, I'm glad that the mayor brought that up because there was some discussion on that previously, and I'm glad we're addressing it. And I think that one of the thoughts I had, or at least observations, is that our procedures bylaw, I believe, trumps everything. Or I shouldn't say everything, but trumps a lot of things for the most part. And there are some committee policy conflicts in there, especially now that we've established, I think in September of last year, the past council with the community conversations policy. And some of the committees that are in the procedures bylaw are probably now redundant, and maybe one or two have been for a while. So I think if there's any policies attached or in conflict that may be in tandem with reviewing some of these policies, that might get reviewed or have some sort of tweak as we go along. And I don't know where to put that in a priority, but definitely worth looking at during this process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I have sorry, go ahead, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, through you to Mr. Given. I think a number of the questions that I had were already answered regarding the timeline. Timeline sounds like it'll be subject to resources currently and also the addition of an intern. But with the priorities, I sense the top 5 in the proposed initial priority list are probably things that should get done this year, regardless of resources. And, you know, just to make sure we're addressing the most critical first, as opposed to easy to pick off priorities. I certainly appreciate that the work and consideration that has gone into these. And I do look at the top 5 that has been proposed of policies to be reviewed as pretty important for us to get through probably between now and October. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Demota.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I've been wanting to say that and I forgot earlier. So apologize, it just sounds cool. I did want to bring up a policy for development, and hopefully that lies within what we have here. And it revolves around staff housing, municipal staff housing for the most part. And the reason I'm bringing that up is that I think it's worth reviewing our existing accommodation availability for staff in our community. And I wanted to bring that up at the 2023 budget discussions, whether we need to go forward with some more property acquisition. And I brought this up last term, and we realized that we don't have a policy in place for municipal staff housing. And doing a little bit of research, I found some other municipalities that have some developed out there, and they sound a little like this. It would be that the municipality of Jasper provides and sustains rental housing to employees of the municipality of Jasper to assist in the recruitment and retention of staff and to facilitate the provision of programs and services to Jasper. So, and then the purpose of the policy is somewhat in line with that. The purpose could read something like, the purpose of the policy is to establish a consistent process for the administration, inventory control, maintenance, and rental rate review that supports recruitment and retention of employees in the town or in the municipality of Jasper. So something to that effect, that I think that would help us out structurally. I don't know where that would fall into the list because it does need to be developed. We don't, I believe, we don't need to do something from scratch, because there are a few examples out there that I think that would provide a good bones to what we need here for Jasper. So I'd like to see that. I don't know if I have the support of the rest of council, but I think before we review whether we should move forward with other initiatives, we need to have a policy in place beforehand to address that in the budget. So I'd like to hear what other councillors might have to say about that, and if I might have some support in putting that forward to council next week.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I have a question for administration or Mr. Given about is there a social media policy in our policies, or is that something we've talked about, thought about?
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. I don't believe there's an existing social media policy unless it's in the context of citizen engagement. But no, I don't believe that there's a dedicated one. I think there is also a reference to social media use in the Council Code of Conduct policy. Council Code of Conduct bylaw. And so it's dealt with in a couple different areas. If there was a discussion around social media, then I think administration would just ask council to provide some scope around that. If we're talking about the way the municipality as a corporate entity uses social media to promote municipal programs and services, or if we're talking about any direction that council might like to set for the organization on how municipal employees should or shouldn't engage in social media, or should or shouldn't represent themselves as employees of the municipality in social media. Or if council is talking about how council itself will or won't engage in social media and standards for that. So I think there are some really different facets of social media. And so if council wanted to discuss that, I'd suggest that it really needs, council should give it some thought about what focus. And if I can, Councillor Hall, Councillor Demota mentioned this, about our strategic planning session, and I think his intent to see this as housing as a strategic item. I think I would agree with that. And any other new items. These are things that typically would come from a strategic plan. If council said that there was a priority on issue A or B, that would give an indication to administration that that's something that we should be doing some policy research on and bringing forward recommendations to council, either for a program or a service or a policy. Unfortunately, because of the Omicron outbreak, I think the responsible decision that council made to postpone the strategic planning session just leaves us in a little bit of an absence of that space for council to have a holistic conversation about the relative weighting or priority that you place on these different things. Yeah, just from an administrative perspective, I encourage council to think about, as many of you have already shown that you are, what administrative capacity is in order to address any of these items that are here today and are existing, probably just under 100 policies, compared to any new policy areas that council might wish to delve into.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Councillor Demota.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up, because that is kind of a residual discussion or intent from previous council. And I think, the intention at the time was to address staff on social media and maybe extend to administration and council, but members of the municipality as a whole, and that engagement process. And maybe that could be part of the public engagement or citizen engagement thing. But I think there needs to be something addressed about municipal staff on social media when it comes to referring to the municipality and its functions and processes. So I'm glad that you brought that up, because that was one of the things I wanted to talk about, but I feel like I'm stacking the deck, because the second priority outside of the fiscal controls was something that I've been asking for a while, or at least driving to look at as a whole. So I really appreciate administration taking the time and thought through this thing. And I hope that me being a squeaky cog hasn't caused that one to be at the top. But I think it's worth addressing, and it's something that over time, especially when we were locked down and going through all those processes, that came as a kind of a red flag to address. So I'm glad that's there and in the top 5 at least. I would like to add housing, and then also if that's something that you want to bring forward, Councillor or Deputy Mayor Hall, the social media policy, just something to review. I'm not sure where that would stand on the priority, but definitely worth a discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I think that social media policy could fall under the first citizen engagement, because it essentially is engaging citizens. Any other questions or comments from council? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. In the absence of other questions for administration, I am prepared to make a motion. And that motion will be that committee recommend council approve the initial policy review priority list as presented, with such list to be subject to adjustment by further motion of council. And if I could speak to that motion, I make it in that sense, which is a little bit different than what has been recommended. So identify that this is an initial policy review priority list. It's not the end all be all, but it's a really good starting point. And over time, if any councillor wishes to bring forward for discussion the addition of new policies, whether it's a housing policy or a social media policy or anything else, that can be brought forward in the normal course, subject to our procedural bylaw. Council can debate it, and then council by motion could adjust the initial policy review priority list without having to rescind a motion that sets a more or less permanent list. So I think we can leave it open to adjustment by recognizing that now. Avoid concerns about rescinding motions at some further time, and recognize that this is an evolving process and our needs will change, and capacity issues may impact what we can deal with from time to time. And clearly, when we get to our strategic priority session, we may have other things that come up that could affect this list. So I think we can deal with it now. So I make the motion in those terms. Thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Councillor Demota?
Yeah, I would support that, because I wanted to make the point that this should be a living process, something that is kind of like a working copy, so to speak, as we might have. And just because we, as Mr. Gibbon had addressed, we might have some priorities discussed within our planning that could adjust the way we look at some policies, and we might have some emergent issues that might arise through that could rise on the priority list. So I'm open to going forward with this. I think it's a good idea, and I'll support that motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. I also support this motion. Are there any other comments or questions from council? I think we have a motion on the table. Do you want to read it out again, Mayor Ireland?
I will, yes. Thank you. That the motion is that committee recommend council approve the initial policy review priority list as presented, with such list to be subject to adjustment by further motion of council. And just in closing, I would say that with respect to direction to administration, my intent would be that we are approving this as an initial list. That gives them some targets to shoot for. And those are the targets unless and until we say otherwise, but we reserve the right to say we need a change of target sometime down the road. I don't think that's going to come for several months. So it, I hope, provides some clarity and direction to administration to get them started. And as I say, that is the direction until they hear otherwise. So they have that sense of clarity, I hope.
Thank you, Mayor Island. Council understands the motion. All in favor? There are none opposed. That motion carries. Moving on to 7.2, the utility rates model. I will hand it over to you, Mr. Gibbon.
Sure, Deputy Mayor Hall, thank you very much. I'm ready to present 7.3. I would just say that it may be a little bit of a longer presentation. There will likely be more discussion. And I just wanted to do a bit of a check-in to see if council wanted to continue on or if maybe there was a need for a bit of a break. I'm fine either way, but just now would be an appropriate spot to break because we could be a little while through utility rate principles as it's a bit of a complex matter.
Mayor Ireland.
I would be welcome to a break. I have been shutting off my camera, not to preserve bandwidth like Councillor Melnick, but to preserve battery life because I brought the wrong plug-in and I need to run and give my machine a charge. So I would be most welcome of a brief recess.
Should we take a quick, I guess, maybe 7 minutes and come back at 10:40? Is that enough time? Okay, we will meet at 10:40. Looks like we're just waiting on Councillor Waxer to rejoin. Looks like she might have been booted out. I don't see her name anymore. So I think we should just move on. Do I need to restart the meeting, recall it back to, no, okay. Okay, so moving on to item 7.3, the utility rates model. I will pass the torch to Mr. Gibbon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Hall, and thank you, Council. So administration is presenting a recommendation, an RFD, with a recommendation that committee direct administration to incorporate the connection consumption capital model into the 2022 utility fees levy and collection bylaw, and that the 2022 utility fees levy and collection bylaw be presented for consideration at the next regular council meeting. I will go through the report. I will say at the outset that this is a little bit of a complex matter. And so I am completely open, subject to council members catching Deputy Mayor Hall's attention, to interruption anywhere through the process for a question. And Deputy Mayor Hall, I'll leave it to you to run the meeting however you wish to allow council members to sort of ring in. But I appreciate that as I go through, there's a lot of information and somebody may have a question on a specific point that might get lost if we get too far past it. So I just want to let council know that I'm open to any questions that might come. I'll try to provide a bit of an overview of the current situation, the way that we do our utility billing, as well as some of the challenges that administration believes could be handled by a new model for utility billing. So with that, Deputy Mayor Hall, I'll launch in. As council and the community know, water, sewer, garbage, and recycling services provided by the municipality are funded largely through user fees, which we set under the utility fees bylaw. And that process is separate from the tax-funded portion of the budget, but of course they're directly linked to the service levels and the capital expenditures that we make for operating those services. As Council is likely well aware, because it's fresh in your memory, in the approved 2022 budget, total utility expenses, that is the expenses to run utilities, equaled just under $3.9 million, $3.886 million. So for a number of years, there has been discussion at the council table about changes to the water and sewer rate model for a couple of different reasons. It appeared that a part of the discussion was to more equitably distribute the cost of providing services between different types of users to ensure that those that are deriving some kind of personal or private benefit from the delivery of services are contributing a fair cost. There's also a desire to enable increased capital reinvestment into maintaining our what is aging infrastructure. So we have a whole bunch of physical assets like pipes and sewer lines and things all over the community, and they're getting older and they need increased reinvestment. And there's also a discussion about opportunities to improve conservation and reduce consumption. So in July of 2021, committee reviewed the concept of moving away from a flat rate billing towards a model with 3 different component charges. That new model came to be called the Connection, Consumption, and Capital Rate Model, or CCC rate model. And I will describe both the flat rate model and this new CCC model as we go through the presentation. In August of last year, Council reviewed the CCC rate model and provided during a workshop and provided administration with some further direction and input into the design of the model. And since the election, new Council has also reviewed the model and provided some additional input and direction to administration in how that CCC rate model could be applied. So across globally, no matter what type of utility you're looking at, whether it's electrical utilities, water utilities, telephone systems, there are a number of different approaches to utility billing. Today, here in Jasper, we use a flat rate billing model for water and sewer, where customers pay a rate based solely on a single factor, that is the volume of water they consume. And so you pay a rate for how much water comes into your house, and that a separate rate is applied to the with the assumption that the same amount of water goes out of your house to be treated. And that flat rate is applied no matter how much water you consume, you pay the same rate for the water coming in, the same rate for the sewer going out. And that's basically on a per cubic meter basis. I have an illustration of that, and I appreciate that Council has these tables in the report, but for the public who may be watching this video, they don't have the tables, and so the discussion would be a little bit difficult to follow. So Deputy Mayor Hall, I have all the different tables on one sheet. I'm gonna flip to the table that relates to the flat rate model, just so that I can, as I'm discussing that, it would be a little bit easier for external people to follow along. I'll just make sure that you can see this sheet that I have up that has all the different tables. So the first one that we're talking about is the flat rate model. You can see it here, and under this table, it shows our current rates, or the 2021 rates, which were $1.41 per cubic meter of water consumed and $2.58 per cubic meter of sewer usage. Administration wanted to test this flat rate approach to see what rates would be required to meet the new utility expense of $3.88 million. And that comes out to what you see in the red box here. The new rate required, if we used existing flat rate approach, would be $1.96 for water and $3.52 for sewer. The rest of the table goes through to sort of illustrate what the impact would be on a consumer that used 20 cubic meters of water in a month, 53 cubic meters of water a month, 210 and 1543. And just to illustrate what the impact of these new rates of $1.96 and $3.52 would be on those different types of consumers. And you can see here what the total annual change would be to those different levels of consumers. And so in the first case, for the smallest consumer, with those rates going up to $1.96 and $3.52, they would see an approximate $178.80 increase to their bill. and then so on and so on, up to the larger users, which could see a $13,000, just under $14,000 increase to their bill. So that's the application of the our existing flat rate model, using rates that are increased to meet the revenue expectations that we need to operate the utility in 2022. The challenge to this model is, the perceived challenges to this model are that if you consume more, there's not necessarily an added cost to that, while there is an added expense to the municipality for additional consumption. There has, I think, over the years been some discussion about whether you should get a deal because you're using more water. And the fact is that more water consumption, and particularly more utilization of our wastewater treatment plant through sewer, is actually an added expense to the municipality. There is no, so basically the more water that comes into the wastewater treatment plant, the higher our expenses are. And so from an administrative perspective, we certainly would advocate to council that there is not a cost savings or an efficiency to be had with economies of scale of somebody using and expelling more water and wastewater. In fact, there are added costs. And so there may be some consideration and utility, if I can, sorry, maybe I shouldn't use that word in this context, but there may be some use to considering a tiered rate model, which is the next one that you'll see here just below. Tiered rate models essentially change rates so that as your consumption goes up, the rate that you would pay per cubic meter of consumption also increases. So administration ran a test to see what it might look like if we wanted to have increasing rates that would go up with consumption. So you can see in the red box on the table here, we start with rates that are, again, higher than the 2021 rate of $1.41, but not quite as high as in the flat rate model. For the smallest two tiers of users, so that 20 cubic meters to say 53 cubic meters, what we're calling tier 1 and tier 2, they would pay the same rate of $1.79 per cubic meter of water and $3.39 per cubic meter of sewer. We have two additional tiers, tier 3, which would pay $2.09 per cubic meter, $3.69 per cubic meter of sewer, and then the highest tier, which would be $2.39 for water and $3.99 for sewer. And again, you can see how that move to a tiered rate really shifts the burden. And again, all of these models collect the same $3.88 million in revenue. So in this model, you can see that the change on the lowest consuming users is still an increase, but it is less of an increase than under the flat rate only model. So that could be a positive policy outcome that council might look at. But at the top end, there is a substantial shifting of that expense and an resulting increase in the bills of the largest volume consumers. So rather than nearly $14,000 a year in increase, it would move up to $21,000 a year in increase using the tiered rate model alone. I'll just maybe pause just to make sure that council's following along and to see if there are any questions. And if I didn't hear any questions, I'll move on to the CCC rate model scenarios.
To you, Deputy Mayor, to Mr. Gibbon, may I ask a question? Mr. Gibbon, but within that tier model, we'll just say one of our biggest users shut down. Would that then not affect the $3 million?
So in all of these models, they are all intended to deliver the same $3.8 million. It really just shifts who is paying what part of that $3.8 million. So if I can be overly simplistic, and this really is overly simplistic, if we want to say today, half of the $3.8 million comes from small consumers, and the other half of the $3.8 million comes from large volume consumers, which I don't believe is the case, but just for simplicity's sake, what we're showing here is that we can move from a 50-50 share. A tiered rate model may move that to a 70% on large volume consumers and just 30% on small volume consumers. It's still the same $3.8 million. It's just about who is carrying the greater proportion of that $3.8 million. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it totally makes sense. But what I'm trying to say is that if we say two of those businesses are shut down and there was no more volume, wouldn't that then bring it down?
Yes, it would. And this is a risk to any model that is built solely on consumption. If all users, and again, theoretically, and just to illustrate the point, if all users stopped consuming water, the utility would have no revenue, while we would still have expenses. We would still have likely the vast majority of those same $3.8 million in expenses. Some would decrease, of course, but we would still have quite a bit of overhead that we'd have to pay for, and we would not have the same amount of revenue. And so I think, Councillor Keller-Rempe, if you had one large volume consumer that ceased operations, that would be revenue that the municipality would be missing out on, and would impact our ability to provide services, because all of your revenue right now comes based on how much water people consume.
Thank you, Mr. Given.
Councillor Demota?
I'm finding it a lot easier calling it the triple C rate model instead of CC. Just it feels so long. Anyway, yeah, and I just to re-clarify and probably augment what Councillor Keller-Rempe was saying. For clarity, there are more residential hookups, so to speak, than commercial, but commercial makes up the majority of the consumption, right, and waste. So and the ratio, I think, is about 25-75, and then that flips over with the hookups, right? Okay, something like that. Okay, so just to provide a little bit more clarity in my mind while we're having the conversation, I think that's a good way to look at it, because when you're looking at all these numbers, there are pros and cons to each view. Thank you.
Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Just to clarify those questions and responses with respect to Councillor Demota, for apartment buildings, this through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Given. Apartment buildings are considered residential or commercial?
Deputy Mayor Hall for Mayor Ireland. I think that's an open question. Different municipalities do treat apartment buildings differently. And I think it really is a question that is up to council, and that's why we're here. At this time, administration is looking really at, and as you'll see when we get into this, the triple C rate model, you'll see that we're basing it on service line size rather than classification. And council may wish to go a different direction, but at this time, administration is not building into any of the scenarios a consideration of a classification of user between commercial, institutional, residential. We are basing any of the models that we'll be showing you on the size of the service line that comes into their property. Specifically with apartments, the analysis that administration has done is that they may have a service line anywhere, a small service line under 1 inch in diameter, and they may go all the way up to 3 inches in diameter for different apartments. And the same applies to other types of residential dwellings. So really is sort of an open question. And so of how council, if an apartment building is owned by an entity that generates a profit from renting that out to residents, is that a business? Certainly it is, if there's somebody that owns it and is making a profit. And at the same time, it is a place where people live, which makes it residential in nature. And so I think that there's an open question. And in the report that's in front of you, administration is not proposing to tackle that question, to be very frank. We are looking at the more qualitative measures of service line size, because we believe that there's a more direct connection to infrastructure, and the other qualitative measure obviously being consumption, which is very easy to measure, which we do in our current system. We believe that those two items are more directly connected to the demand on the system and more quantifiable than what might be a subjective philosophical debate about whether an apartment is a residential property or whether it is a commercial entity. So Mare Island, I just want to acknowledge that it is a complex question that you're asking, and administration went for the more straightforward answer.
And I do appreciate all of that. However, it is slightly other than a philosophical question. Councillor Demoda put forward some percentages, 25% and 75% as a split between what he referred to as residential and commercial. And so if we are assuming that there is a baseline now, and that is the split, I think it's important to know where do apartment buildings fall in that, because it changes the baseline. And even though we might want to move away from it going forward, as you suggest, if we're suggesting that to the public that there is a baseline, I would like to know whether that's 75-25, where do apartments fit in that, because they have to be on one side of that or the other. And I don't know if there's a clear answer, but I think we leave the impression that there is clarity if we can say that that is the split, 75-25.
Yeah, Your Worship, maybe it would be helpful, Deputy Mayor Hall, if I just showed, I do have a slide that I can pull up. A couple council members gave me a heads up that they may wish to see some slides from our workshop on this background information. Certainly, I'm happy to share that because it does not change the scenarios. I'll just say to council that the scenarios that you're seeing here are not the same as the scenarios that were in the workshops, either from this council or the previous one, because we were simply looking to illustrate a point about how the models can be flexible. But in terms of what our customer base is, that is information administration has, and I'm happy to share that. I can do that now. We can look at our customer base in a number of different ways. A typical way is by the service line size, as I'd referenced. And here you can see that we have just under 1,200 customers that have a service line entering their property that would be about 5/8 of an inch. We have another 13 that would be about 3/4 of an inch. And typically in the past, I think administration had taken a view that, well, those small service line sizes are obviously residential and anything larger is commercial. As council knows, many newer properties are being built with larger service line sizes, duplexes and fourplexes may be built with larger service line sizes. So this sort of breaks down a little bit, that sort of historical classification of a small service line automatically means that you are residential, and larger would mean that you're commercial. Administration had looked at that. And the issue is actually quite a bit more complex. And this is, I think, the issue that Mayor Ireland was getting to. As we identified the different service lines, there are approximately 91 commercial entities, commercial ratepayers that have a service line under 1 inch in diameter. There are also 6 apartment buildings that have service lines under 1 inch in diameter. And so you can see we've color coded them here. The 3/4 inch and 5/8 inch, administration is confident that we can define those as residential. But as you can see, the picture above that becomes a little bit more complex. And also, particularly in an area where you say, okay, well, we have a large, we have 13 what we would classify as large apartments that have a service line size between 2 inches and 3 inches. But then we also have 21 what we would classify as large commercial properties, likely hotels, that also have service line sizes between 2 inch and 3 inch. Both of these types of entities have somebody owns the property and makes a profit off the property. One, in the case of a large apartment, is where residents will live, The large commercial operations are where we would likely have visitors staying on a nightly basis. So I think this illustrates how the cut and dry definition of residential versus commercial is likely not helpful, or at least doesn't provide the level of nuance that is necessary when discussing this. And this is also why if a large apartment has the same service line size as a large commercial property, shouldn't they pay, I guess it is a question, should they pay the same? Do they have the same demand on our system and for infrastructure? I think that there's an argument to be made to say yes. Council might decide that there's a policy reason to treat them differently, but from a administrative perspective and a infrastructure perspective, we wouldn't see a differentiation between the two. I'll stop my screen share there. But so the other area, I guess, so administration had looked at this to say, and I will go back to another slide here. And I'm sorry, Council, for flipping back and forth like that. So if we're defining our customer base by service size and saying that residential customers are those from 3/4 inch and under, then we have far more residential customers than there are other customers, and other including apartments, institutional properties and commercial properties. We have about 86% quote unquote residential customers as defined by that small service size. But our other properties class, again, apartments, institutional and commercial, consume a much larger proportion of our total water production than residential customers, than our small line service size residential customers. The other consume just about 80% of our total water consumption, and the residential side is just 21%. So the dividing line between residential and commercial is challenging because administration, as I said, would certainly agree that an apartment building is a residential property and that is distinct from a hotel. So that's why we chose to call residential what I think the public would broadly understand as residential is small scale, small service line, not exactly single family home, but single family dwellings that may or may not have a PHA. But that's all to say that there's a fair bit of complexity in here. Some of it is subject to different perspectives.
Thank you, Mr. Given. I did see your hand up, Councillor Wilson, earlier. Did you? And then I'll get to you, Councillor Demota.
Thank you. Yeah, really my hope was that we could cover the CCC model as well before we get too caught up in specific questions. And then so we know all three items that we're, or options that we're dealing with, and then dive into the more specifics.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Councillor Demota?
Yeah, thanks. And I didn't mean to throw us off by using wrong numbers there. That was those were the numbers I was, or the stats I was referring to. So the 75-25, it's more like 80-20, and then, maybe even 15-85 in the other direction. But, I still think that that's important. And I'm with Councillor Wilson there. I wanted to say that maybe we're just kind of hamstrung or handcuffed to the concept of the way our tax base goes with residential and commercial. And I think that we should look at it differently here and maybe find another, some different terminology or something, or refer to the meter size, because I think that you might be pitting groups against each other, or just where, businesses or residential properties might lie, because you can have a small business property or commercial property that might have some retail shops that share a bathroom and things like that might be considered commercial. But then you've got like a large size hotel and right next door that might create a higher use. So like just distinguishing the differences between the two, I think, is important, and maybe the meter size is the best way to involve that conversation. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hall, if we're ready to continue, I'll go into the CCC rate model. And I, again, have no doubt that we'll have some discussion about that. I'll try to cover it at a high level, and then we'll go through the scenarios. So the CCC rate model, in contrast to either the flat rate or tiered rate models, which are based solely on consumption, the CCC rate model or CCC rate model incorporates three different and distinct components: a connection charge, consumption charges, and capital charge when determining a customer's billing. For transparency, each of the three components can be mapped to specific functions within our utility. So there's certain expenses that are associated with each of those functions. And we can illustrate that to the public and to council through the budgeting process. Again, as a reminder, the combination of those expenses equaled that $3.88 million for 2022. Under administrative analysis, we've identified that approximately $700,000 of that $3.8 million is related to connection, would be in the connection category. And a connection charge is a way of ensuring that all properties connected to the system contribute to the core or base costs of having that system in place. This is something that's very common across a variety of utility service providers. You certainly would see it in natural gas and electricity, although they may call it different names, because it provides greater revenue stability and predictability for the utility operator when contrasted with a purely consumption-based model. So there are certain costs that we know that we're going to have every year. And if nobody turned on the taps and nobody flushed the toilet, we would still have these costs. Those costs include things like the administrative costs or the salary costs of having management and billing staff, of conducting meter readings throughout the course of the year, doing inspections and testing, conducting routine maintenance on the system, as well as maintaining computer systems. It doesn't matter if anybody flushed their taps. If we were sending out bills every billing cycle for $0, we'd still have to have a computer to print out the bills. And again, I'm being overly simplistic, but I think that illustrates the point that there are these core costs that the municipality incurs that are not at all related to consumption. And so our estimation is that there's approximately $700,000 in 2022 of these kind of base costs that we would suggest could be handled under the connection charge. I'll pause there. I think I saw a hand.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and through you to Mr. Given. I think in our workshop, we also made reference to something not specifically in your presentation, is it this cost that also covers the provision of fire suppression throughout the community and watering public areas throughout the summertime, and all of that infrastructure that normally wouldn't be associated with a connection to a specific business or home, but this connection cost is for the greater good of the community. And this was something I believe Mayor Ireland had brought up during our workshop on this, that there are so many things more to than just a connection to a home.
Yeah, yes, Deputy Mayor Hall for Councillor Malik, that's correct. This does cover those things that provide a broad public benefit, although you want to make a distinction between the consumption for watering our sports fields, which is measurable and is an expense of the operation of the municipality. Imagine we were in some other community where the utility provider was not the municipality. The municipality may have a cost for the water that they use to water the flowers. It's a bit more complex here because it's all kind of coming from the same organization. Ms. Melanchuk does a lot of work to make sure that it's distinct. When we're talking about connection charges here, we didn't get into the volumes of water that would be used for public benefit, but there are a number of those things like maintaining fire hydrants and ensuring that they're in good working order, replacing them when needed. Those types of inspections and others and other parts of the system are things that would be covered in that connection charge, because there is that broad public benefit that continues no matter whether somebody turns on their taps or not. If there weren't any other questions, sorry, Councillor Malik, go ahead.
No, thank you very much. I thought it was pertinent to bring it up at this point because it's relevant to this particular charge.
Absolutely. Well, if I may, Deputy Mayor Hall, I'll continue on to consumption. The next part of the CCC rate model is consumption charges. And this is exactly what we were talking about before any of the other two models, the cost per cubic meter of water that you consume and that you expel. So this is very similar to the flat rate, tiered rate models that I discussed earlier. Costs that would be covered through consumption rates that have a relationship to the volumes that go through our system include the wastewater treatment plant operational contract, the water treatment operational costs, energy costs, specialized equipment for system maintenance, goods and supplies. As council can appreciate, if we have to treat more water, we need more chemicals. If we have to treat more water, we receive more sewage at the wastewater treatment plant, and we have more biosolids that we have to amend and deal with. So as the volume goes up, there are added expenses, and they are directly tied to the increased volumes. Administration estimates that there is just under $2.5 million, $2.496 million in consumption-related expenses in our 2022 budget. And within our CCC rate model, the consumption charge could be applied using either a flat rate or a tiered rate. So it is almost like incorporating either of the two previous models, which were based purely on the amount of water consumed. We can incorporate that either at a flat rate or at an increasing rate if council wanted to, but that's possible within this CCC rate model. I'll pause there and see if there are any questions or discussion about the consumption section. There may not be, and if there are other questions that come up, I'm happy to answer them at any time. The final part of the CCC rate model is the capital cost of repair, replacement, and upgrading of the water and wastewater systems. In 2017, the municipality undertook an asset management study that recommended the community should be investing $1.67 million annually into water and wastewater capital. You can see in our report, we have a table that identifies the actuals since that report for 2018, 19, 20, and 21. And you can see that the capital reinvestment has been underfunded by approximately $1.3 million a year. So the very direct way to say that is the municipality has not been reinvesting in our capital assets in the way or to the level that it was recommended after a professional study of our assets and the condition that they're in. The consequence of that would be that over time, as those assets age, the system would become less reliable and more prone to breakdown and emergency repairs, and could disrupt service for customers and have added expense for the municipality in terms of operations as we approach repairs on an urgent basis and emergency basis rather than on a proactive basis. So there certainly is an argument, which I don't believe anybody on council has disagreed with up until this point, that the municipality does need to reinvest in its system. I think the question is, to what level does the municipality need to reinvest in the system, and how soon can we afford to do that, which is a reasonable discussion and debate. But within the CCC rate model, the CCC rate model, Councilor Demoto, I think you're right, the CCC, I'm going to move to that. The capital charges administration identifies as being best applied on the diameter of the water service line. Okay, so again, rather than a subjective determination of commercial versus residential versus institutional or whatever else, administration has built into the systems that I'll show you, or the scenarios that I'll show you, a capital charge that is directly related to the line of that services the property. So from 5/8 inch up to 3 inch. So that any user, whether they were, if you had a home, a single family home with a 3-inch line, there are additional costs that go with that. And for contrast, Mr. Greathead actually shared with me an example. Council will appreciate, we were recently talking about water meters in the budget discussion. A household size meter is approximately $500, approximately, depending on the model and everything else. A 3-inch meter could cost more than $4,500. So there is a direct connection between expense, and that's one example in the water meter, but that expense goes up as the service line size goes up. And that's why administration has built into the models that we'll show you different rate tiers for the capital charge based on service size, rather than a definition of commercial versus residential. And I'll just pause there and see if there are any questions before I go into highlighting the different models that we had. Okay, seeing none, then I'll move on to illustrating the CCC rate models that administration developed for council consideration, so that we could illustrate what this might look like. The first model maintains, as you can see in the red box here, maintains a tiered consumption rate. Okay, starting with the lowest tier for the smallest users, actually below our 2021 approved rates, which, as a reminder, were $1.41 for water per cubic meter of water. This model proposes $1.35 per cubic meter of water, and $2.55 for sewer. In contrast, for 2021, those rates were $1.41 and $2.58. So it actually reduces the consumption charges for the smallest consumers, but it does increase as your volume increases. So from $1.35 to $1.75, $2, and then finally $2.60 for the largest volume consumers. This concept of an increasing tiers would provide some incentive for larger volume consumers to reduce their consumption where possible, in order to fit into a lower rate tier. So that's built into the model under the consumption charge. In terms of the connection charge and the capital charge, this scenario 1, incorporates a $100 per year connection charge for all users in the system of all service sizes. So everybody pays the same $100 a year on their bill towards those base system costs that we identified as connection costs, and everybody pays $100 per year for the towards the capital improvements. Again, this model delivers the $3.88 million that we need to run the utility in 2022. And you can see that it slightly shifts who's carrying that burden. The top tier users are still paying an additional $20,000 over the previous model. But it's come down slightly, and you can see that that has sort of landed on the lower tier users, because even though their rate has dropped, they have these, this $200 of new charges that are fixed fee charges that show up, that basically offset that reduction in water rates. So again, this model can deliver the amount of money that we need to run the utility. It does distribute the burden sort of more towards the higher volume consumption, and it does that because it uses the fairly high rates at the top end of the 4 tiers of consumption. I'll move on to the next one, scenario 2. And again, these are all just really to illustrate what can be done with the model. In this scenario, the water rates are for all tiers are below the 2021 approved rates. Tier 1 is very, very low, actually at less than half of the 2021 rate. So just 70 cents per cubic meter of water consumed, and $1.50 per cubic meter of sewer. And then scaling up to rates that are still below the 2021 rate. So even at the top tier, the model's built on $1.20 per cubic meter of water rather than $1.41, which is our current rate, and $2 per cubic meter of sewer rather than $2.58, that is our current number. So all rates here for consumption are lower than the established rates, but we have to make our math work, we have added connection charges that are related to your service line size. So for a 5/8 inch service line size to a 3/4 inch service size, which are most often residential properties, there'd be a flat $300 per year. For service lines from 1 inch to 1.5 inch, which may be a mix of commercial and residential properties, there would be a $700 per year charge for connection. And then for the largest service line sizes from 2 to 3 inch, there'd be a $1,400 per year connection charge. And then there would be a flat $1,000 charge for all users of the system for capital. And that would be their contribution towards improving and maintaining the pipes that run through the municipality and the wastewater treatment plant. You can see that this has a substantial impact on who pays what share of the total cost. Again, this model would still deliver the same $3.88 million in revenue that we need to run the utility, but it drops the cost for the largest volume consumers by approximately $5,500 a year. Their bills would reduce by approximately that amount, while the smallest consumers would see their bills go up. So, and you can see pretty clearly here, even so the smallest consumers, their rate for water goes down, but they don't consume that much water anyways, and so it doesn't really benefit them to have a lower rate. These additional charges, which at the smallest level would be $300 a year plus $1,000, so $1,300 of these new sort of fixed charges. The savings of approximately $300 a year in the lower consumption rate are essentially eaten up because these fixed charges are so high. But on the top end, if you're a large volume consumer, you use a lot of water, that lower rate really provides some significant savings for you in terms of your operation and reduces your overall utility billing. The final model that we're presenting today is, again, maintains lower water rates at the very bottom end for those low volume consumers. Again, water and sewer rates that are below our 2021 established rates. But the rates increase faster to a point where if you're a tier 3 consumer, they're slightly higher, approximately the same or slightly higher than the 2021 rates. And if you're a tier 4 consumer, they are quite a bit higher than the 2021 rates. We also applied a very low connection charge for those small service line sizes of just $55 a year rather than $300 a year in the previous model. For the mid-level service sizes, we maintained it at $700 a year. The 2 to 3 inch, the largest service size is $1,200 a year for connection charge. And then for capital, we also did a bit of a differentiation. Again, for those smallest service sizes, they're contributing just $100 per year towards the capital. And for 1 inch and above, which may or may not be residential properties, there is a mix in there, they would be contributing $3,500. In this version, it's the smallest consumers that see an overall reduction in their bill on an annual basis. And the largest consumers see the largest increase. But I would point out that even at the top end, those largest consumers are seeing a smaller increase than under this CCC rate model scenario 1 with very high rates, consumption rates. And they're also seeing a smaller increase under this model 3 scenario than in the tiered rate model, and very similar to what they would see if we just applied flat rates, using our same system. Under the flat rate system, those largest volume consumers would see an increase of nearly $14,000 a year. And under this new model, it's an increase of about $16,000 a year. So very similar to what we'd apply. I'll stop the share there and just say that the intent or the perceived benefits of the CCC rate model are that the municipality has the ability to guarantee that our core fixed costs of operating the system are covered regardless of consumption. It provides an opportunity for the municipality to encourage conservation by providing a financial motivation for the largest consumers to reduce their consumption, to take active measures to invest in reducing consumption, which would have a benefit to the environment and to our community, and reduce wear and tear on our municipal infrastructure. It supports equity by ensuring that those who consume more and or generate a personal gain through commercial operations and commercial consumption contribute more to supporting the cost of the system. And the CCC model can have the benefit of increasing transparency and helping users understand the infrastructure replacement needs of our system because we have that dedicated capital charge. Administration would propose that the capital charge should, and we discussed this at budget, over time, the municipality's expenditure on capital should increase to the $1.67 million annually. We did not propose in the 2022 budget that was approved by council that we jump up to $1.67 million immediately. Administration is working with a model of a phase-in of 5 years to get up to that $1.67 million. The implication of that is that in any CCC rate model, users could expect to see their capital charge increasing over time to the point where we would eventually be getting that $1.67 million from that category rather than the 688,000 that we're currently collecting or would assess would be in that category today. Deputy Mayor Hall, Mayor Ireland, Council, I know that that's a long presentation. There's likely a lot of questions, but I'll just cycle back to what administration is recommending. We believe that any of these scenarios are able to meet the revenue requirement to fund our 2022 operations. That includes the flat rate scenario. If council said, you know, the whole CCC thing is not at this time, then the approach would be to just approve a flat rate utility billing for 2022 with new rates. And we've illustrated what the impact on users of the system would be. Another approach would be to stay only on consumption charges and use a tiered rate. And we've given an illustration of what tiered rates could look like. Administration's recommendation is that the CCC rate model allows the most policy flexibility for council to address who should pay what proportion of the cost. And it also provides enhanced revenue stability for the municipality, which is important for us to be able to plan and guarantee our ongoing operations for those core services. So we're recommending that committee, administration is recommending that committee direct administration to incorporate the CCC rate model into the 2022 utility fees levy and collection bylaw, and that you direct us to present that 2022 bylaw for consideration at the next regular council meeting. I can say that Ms. Melnichuk and her finance team are prepared to do that. Council may wish to give us some, even through discussion, some indication of, you know, the policy outcomes that they would like to see, and administration is comfortable that we would be able to incorporate any of those policy outcomes, as long as they're not completely contradictory, into the utility rate bylaw that we could present next week. I'll maybe just speak to the timing. There is a need to inform users about what the rates will be for 2022. The timelines that we're recommending here would be able to meet that so that we could inform users of what the rates would be for the upcoming year and educate them about any new system for billing if we were going to bring that into place. Councillor Hall, Deputy Mayor Hall, I'll pause there and turn it back over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Are there any questions or comments from council? Councillor Waxer.
One thing I'm not clear about is, were we collecting connection and capital costs through the utility rates in past years, or was that through the operational budget?
Thanks for the question, Councillor Waxer, through Deputy Mayor Hall. It is intended to be through the utility funded budget, which was exclusively through consumption charges. Ms. Melnichuk has informed me that, you know, from time to time, you know, because we didn't have a dedicated charge and longer range planning, there were times where our capital spending in one year would be higher than forecasted and may need what essentially would be a cross subsidy from the tax funded side to support that. And so, but those spots were fewer and far between, and largely the utility system is funded through the utility rates.
Councillor Wilson.
I am leaning towards the CCC, and I would support it. But I do have a concern, and I have brought it up before, and it's in respects to the 1-inch line. As most of the discussion here has suggested that a 1-inch line or larger would be a small apartment, business, etc. But with new construction and the addition of ADUs, new construction would be bringing in a 1-inch line to a residential house. With an addition of $3,500 a year, that's just not bearable to a single family residence. Of course, there is a accessory dwelling unit within the premise, but yeah, it just putting $3,500 on that tier 2. I guess it would be. I think that might need some fine tuning. And then that would be a duplex. That would be a new single R1 with ADU. Etc. So yeah, just that line of residential to commercial, I think is not super accurate in that regard, I think.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Can you tell me what ADU means? Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, accessory dwelling unit. So Parks Canada has allowed R1 and R2 residential to add secondary suites, long-term secondary suites in their main dwelling. And so having another, so in reality, it's making it, a quasi, well, I wouldn't say duplex, but there's 2 dwelling units. And so the need for a larger water service is desirable, for sure.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Councillor Demota?
Well, if administration's looking, to come back with something, to have some policy framework, I'm definitely for the CCC concept, and I think that's kind of been what we've been striving for. We have oversized infrastructure because of tourism, and a lot of our demands are because of tourism. Like, we're serving a higher purpose in our community. I don't think that the residents here should get a free ride on that, but I do also believe at the same time that some of those services might be enhanced because we are providing maybe a better quality product, let's say. At least that's what we're trying to achieve. So I think that through the CCC model, a little bit more of a balanced approach, I think, could be looked at when it comes to the higher users. I think that there's got to be a way for the visitation to pay for that oversizing and extra service. So I think the balance should be put on to the higher users, but at the same time, not as a resident, I don't think that I should be ultimately, it'd be great to get a free ride, but I don't think that's the way to go, and I don't think that's proper. So I'd like to see more of a medium approach across the board, and maybe a mix of some of those scenarios, I think, would give us a welcome result, I think. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Councillor Kelleher-Rampy, and then on to you, Mayor Ireland.
I also like the CCC concept. I think it's fair. Every one of us gets a utility bill, and all services are built in before we have any consumption charges. So regardless of my bill monthly, whether it's summer or winter, for gas and power works out about $150 to $175. I pay that regardless of whether I use gas or power in summer. So I think it's a fair concept. Everybody shares the burden a little bit, and then it's how we work out the consumption rates between the different connection, whether it's 1 inch, 3/8 or 3 inch. And I think we're going in the right direction. I do support the CCC.
Thank you, Councillor Kelleher-Rampy. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Through you to Mr. Gibbon, and I appreciate that you add this in your report, but for my benefit, can you explain again how our servicing costs increase with the size of the connection? Because it seems to me that reading a meter doesn't depend on the size of the pipe. Sending out a bill probably doesn't matter what size the pipe is. There's a lot of things that are irrespective, but you've indicated that there is an increased service charge depending on the size of the connection. So can you explain again how that is?
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall for Mayor Ireland. Well, just to be clear, administration showed in our 3 scenarios a couple of different versions. One which contained a flat rate connection charge for all users of the system that didn't have, wasn't tied to the service line size. So we did do one example, that's scenario 1, where the connection charge was $100 per year for all users of the system, and the capital charge is also $100 a year for all users of the system. So, you know, we wouldn't take the view that a larger service size necessarily increases our base operating costs. I think you're correct. I mean, we still need the same computer size, no matter whether we have a whole bunch of 3-inch lines around town or a whole bunch of, you know, 3/4-inch lines. We still need to have the same computers. And that's why administration wanted to illustrate that it is possible to have a flat rate across the system, and that it has a resulting, you know, sort of impact on who carries what share of the load. We don't necessarily take a position on whether we should have a flat rate for all users for those fixed costs, or whether there should be some distinction made. If we choose not to have a higher connection charge for larger types of users, then you know, that will have an impact on who's going to pay what, and would likely mean that we would have to have higher water rates. But again, administration can adjust the model and test the model prior to bringing forward a recommendation on the utility rate bylaw. And for council information, if committee was comfortable supporting the recommendation to bring forward the utility rate the utility rate bylaw, council knows that bylaw would require 3 readings, and administration would be prepared at first and second reading, before we take that pause for third reading, to illustrate what the impact of the rates that we'd identify would be on the different classes of users. I think for today, if council said that they were giving us some parameters of saying, well, there should only be, you know, 2 tiers of connection charges and 2 tiers of capital charges, then administration, you know, would develop the bylaw in accordance with that. If council said, and this may be more challenging, I almost hesitate to bring it up, but if council said that connection charges should be based on the class of customer, whether they're residential or commercial, we could build the bylaw in accordance with that. Although, as I already said, it can be pretty challenging to define who is a commercial operation versus who is a residential operation. Yeah, so your worship, you are 100% correct. There is no direct relationship between a service line size and those core connection costs. And that's why administration wanted to show that there's an opportunity to change the model however council would wish, either by having a flat rate or by having tiered connection cost charges.
Right. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. I think then that I misunderstood that part of your presentation. I thought you had said something different. If I might, Deputy Mayor Hall, I wonder whether I might ask an unrelated question, and that is any part of the cost of maintaining the storm sewer system included in the roughly $3.8 million that we're talking about? And I ask that because aside from the issue of trying to incentivize people to use less, we also want people, I think, particularly when we see now temperatures above 41 degrees Celsius, we want people to water their shrubs and trees. It's a safety issue as well. That water doesn't go into our wastewater system, it goes into the storm system. And I wonder whether there's been any attempt to make that connection in the figures that we're talking about.
Your worship, I may ask Mr. Greathead to speak about how our wastewater system and storm sewer system are or are not interconnected. I just don't have that detail at hand. John, you can speak to that in just a second. But I'll say at this stage, we hadn't specifically broken out those costs. I believe that they're largely handled elsewhere in the budget. I don't believe that they've been previously funded by utility charges. John, and if I've misspoken, you can correct me on that. Feel free. Don't worry about that. But I will say that there are many municipalities across the province that are moving to utility rate models for stormwater systems. I know the city of Edmonton has considered that. I know the city of Grand Prairie has considered that because these are systems that need to be regularly funded, that are a general benefit to all properties. There is a significant amount of complexity trying to figure out how much somebody should contribute towards the stormwater pipe that runs past their house, particularly in communities where the storm system and the sewer system actually may be interconnected in some spots. So John, can you speak to how our systems are or aren't interconnected? And if I've misspoken about where we allocate those costs, if they are actually included in that $3.8 million of utility expense, or usually included in utility expenses that are funded through rates, then please feel free to correct the record.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. Right now, any of the storm sewer maintenance that we're doing is just taking on under the utilities budget itself. So it's usually our staff, and we do have to do routine cleaning every year. We go through a couple times a year, and we make sure that the storm lines are clean. And then once about every 2 years, we do incur about $10,000 in cost doing a big cleanup. Cabin Creek area is a good one, right where the storm goes underneath the CN tracks. We get some flooding in there, some debris, some junk the kids break down and make into forts and stuff. So for the most part, our storm sewer is handled within our operating budget as it is right now.
Thank you, Mr. Greathead. Any other questions from council or comments? Councillor Demota and then Councillor Melnick.
I'll defer to Councillor Melnick. I talk a lot, so I can wait.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Through you to Mr. Given. We use meters to be able to allocate the costs for connection and capital, and we've tended to group meters together. Is the model flexible enough to have a separate connection charge and a separate capital charge for each size of meter?
Deputy Mayor Hall for Councillor Melnick. Yes, they are. So we have meter sizes from 5/8 inch all the way up to 3 inch. And we could have connection charges that are different for each of those sizes. And we could additionally have capital charges that are again different from each of those sizes. There's no need for the capital charge for a 3/4 inch line to be the same as the connection charge for a 3/4 inch line. And we could have different charges for each of the sizes for each of those two categories.
And thank you, Mr. Given. And if I might continue, Deputy Mayor Hall, the reason I'm going down this road is we have a fairly large number of 5/8 and 3/4 inch lines, which as properties potentially could be redeveloped, will move to the 1 inch line potential, which is what I believe Councillor Wilson was talking about. And, you know, wherever that significant change is, it needs to be probably graduated between the lines. And I see some smaller residential homes that are on lots that could accommodate duplexes with additional units moving from a very small line, perhaps a couple of grades up to a larger line. And so that leaves us that opportunity to have that ratepayer for both consumption and for capital pay a fairly, more of a fair share, which is what we're trying to strive for. The other two comments I wanted to make, I'm sorry, Mr. Given, I don't know if you want to respond or if there's anything to respond to there.
Well, Deputy Mayor Hall for Councillor Melnick, I think one thing that I would say, your observation about the vast majority of our utility billing customers have a 5/8 inch line. So, just under 1,200 of our accounts are served by that 5/8 inch line. I think you're right. There is the potential that over time there could be redevelopment and they may see larger service lines. That may be an argument, and if council wanted to give us, an indication that this would be a desire, that may be a reason why you would have your tiers, if I can call it that, your break point where you move into a higher capital charge or a higher connection charge, be at above 1 inch in service line size. So you would have from 5/8 to 1 inch, all with a certain category of connection or capital charge, and then your next tiers or higher rates begin at service lines above 1 inch in size. Yes, the model is certainly flexible enough to do that, and I appreciate what you're saying, that if we want to not prevent redevelopment, there are in some cases perverse incentives that somebody could say, well, I'm going to try and get by with the smallest water line size I can, and then all of a sudden you have a fourplex that has really crappy showers. Nobody can get enough water pressure. We would want to be cautious about creating those types of perverse incentives, and I think that as the world has moved on to larger service sizes, using the 1 inch service line size as a breakpoint might make a lot of sense.
Yeah. And again, through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Given, multiple breakpoints in both of these could be a consideration. I have noted that in the 2022 budget, 64% of our total budget is in consumption. And as we move forward, what will happen as the capital becomes a larger portion of the utility ask, as we try to move towards a more capitalization, the consumption charges are going to be a smaller percentage of the total budget for utilities. I think this is where we need to get this part of it right, from a how do we equitably have the capital charges charged in the future, and just we will be moving forward from a 64 to probably a 60% to probably a 55% consumption portion of utilities as capital moves forward. So this breakdown of the three triple C needs to be so that it can be flexible for the future. I certainly, in principle, don't agree with ratepayers paying less than they did last year as we move forward. So I did see that in the one scenario, but certainly I think everyone would agree that everyone needs to pay their fair share. However, we determine that fair share is split up in this proposed model. I like this model. I think it gives us the most flexibility moving forward, and it is transparent for individuals to see where their charges are. Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and I leave Mr. Given to respond. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Hall, for Councillor Melnick, just you're astute, and I think your math is correct, certainly on that. The way we've presented it in the report about I think you're spot on about the proportion of the $3.88 million that is related to consumption charges. I just want to make a distinction though, because that was administration's analysis of our budget and saying, okay, what would fall under which category. To be really clear though, 100% of our revenue is coming from consumption charges. And so that I think the question for council is, in the future, should our revenue from a category be matched to the percentage of the total cost from that category? Which is, I think, where you were going, Councillor Melnick. So right now we're collecting 100% of our revenue from consumption, but really only 64% of our expenses are from consumption. Perhaps by dropping our, we can adjust that so that they're, in a closer balance, where maybe in the future we're collecting under a CCC rate model, maybe we start off with collecting 69% of our revenue from consumption charges, and knowing that, as you rightly identified, as the capital expense increases over time, as we phase in that 5 years up to $1.67 million, that capital charge, which is over here, this is getting difficult to do, would be increasing. And so your percentage that consumption is making up of your total revenue would be decreasing and getting closer to that 64% of total expenses. Sorry, that was a very odd way to explain that. I think Councillor Melnick, you obviously saw that. I think you're exactly correct, but that point that right now we're getting 100% of revenue from consumption, even though only 64% of the expenses are consumption. Well identified.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Are there any further questions or comments from council? Councillor Demota.
Thank you, and I'm glad I deferred because it segues into my question. And when we look at our overall expenses, have we gone? Actually, I'll qualify it first. I know that we had some issues with maybe some misbilling in the past, or just kind of wrongly interpreted ways of the way we've gone about it. We've been ironing things out, within the private side of things. And have we maximized all our ability for revenue to compensate for the expenses? Because I know that we had some outlying properties that weren't getting assessed in the right way. And then we also have some contracts with Parks Canada and things like that. So have we equalized the fields completely yet?
Thanks very much for the question, Councillor Demota. So the answer is no, we haven't equalized the field yet, but I can talk about some of the measures that administration has taken over the last year. There are some areas where we have long-standing agreements with Parks Canada for water service out to outlying properties. We have first begun to meter some of those in a different way so we can demonstrate water loss, and we have more appropriately billed for the consumption, which has provided an incentive and encouragement to parks to stop water loss that was happening on sort of their side of the system, because we started to bill them for all the water that was going out. We will be relooking at the structure of our agreements with Parks Canada over the coming year. We also have a different class of connected property that is only connected through the wastewater system. And administration has had a discussion with that class of customer to inform them about how we're reevaluating the underlying costs that make up their billing. In the past, they had essentially been billed for a proportion of the wastewater treatment plant operating costs as defined by the cost of the contract. As council knows, we have a contracted service provider that operates the wastewater treatment plant on our behalf. And basically what we would do is we would say, for that class of customer, you owe us this month, you used 17% of your volumes contributed 17% of the total volume at the wastewater treatment plant. Therefore, you owe us 17% of the operating contract. But administration has taken a new approach of really doing a full cost accounting, because the costs of operating the wastewater treatment plant that happen day in and day out include insurance costs, they include utilities costs, they include contributions towards fleet maintenance to serve the wastewater treatment plant. We have had the conversation with that type of customer and informed them that their 2022 billing will be reflective of full cost accounting. And they were very understanding of that, supportive of that, and that has been incorporated in the 2022 budget.
Thank you very much for that. And while I have the opportunity, I just want to say that to reemphasize, but maybe clarify the comments I made earlier on me favoring the CCC concept. I personally like to see the multiple tier process. The 4 that we have there really addresses the size of metering. And then again, I'd like to see a little bit more of a moderate balance between consumption, connection, and the other fees. So that's kind of where I sit. I can't speak for the rest of council, but I'm interested to hear where others sit as well.
Thank you, Councillor Demona. Any other comments or questions from council? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and I appreciate that it is about time to get a motion on the table and debate with council. But just prior to that, I have one question for Mr. Given, and I might speculate as to the answer, but I think I owe it to administration to ask first. I am certainly supportive of the CCC model in one scenario or another. I think it's the way that we ought to go. I am concerned still about the way we might configure the connection fee. And to bring equity into the system, I'm concerned that, say, for residential users, for example, if the connection fee is based on the size of the pipe, then we create an inequity between, say, multiple users in an apartment building and single users in a home, just based on the size of the pipe. And in principle, I don't know why we would choose to go in that route. But I wonder from an administrative perspective, whether a connection fee could be assessed based on the number of perhaps washrooms on the property. So for myself, I have 2 washrooms in my home. There would be a unit price, and I would pay 2 times the unit price. A fourplex would count up their washrooms and pay that multiple for a connection. A small apartment would be maybe 25 times, and a large apartment would be 200 times. But at least there would be equity in the system. Would that be an impossibility from an administrative perspective to have a connection based on the use that we expect? And I use that rather than say kitchens, because there's a sewer component as well, and it's coming from that primarily. So I just wonder whether there is a different way to approach connections than the size of the pipe.
Deputy Mayor Hall for Mayor Ireland. I think first I'll say anything is possible. It's how practical it is, and I appreciate Mayor Ireland. Really, you're asking how practical is this? I would say that the practicality is relatively low. I think from an administrative perspective, we see that this would be somewhat onerous. First, because I'm not sure that we would have the information at hand about how many washrooms are in each property today. So there would be a process of collecting that information or getting that information from Parks Canada, or doing a survey of people's homes to go and count their bathrooms. And that information is, subject to change. Somebody, could go through a development permitting process to add or remove bathrooms. And I wonder if there might be a risk of creating one of those perverse incentives. If I know that it moves me down to a lower rate category, do I have one big bathroom, with a couple stalls in it inside my home, rather than 2 different doors? And I mean, it is a bit silly. We could come up with lots of funny examples. But I think from what I at least understand, my limited time here in the community, there are scenarios that exist today under current Parks Canada regulations where homeowners may take active steps to make themselves fit into a certain development category. When somebody comes around, a property may look one way, and then when nobody's looking, a property may look a different way. I would want to be cautious about creating a scenario that could encourage that kind of behavior. And so the service line size, while it's imperfect, there is obviously a relationship between the number of bathrooms. I mean, a large apartment cannot get by, a large apartment with many units and many bathrooms cannot get by on a small service line size. It would be fair for council to observe that new development for single family homes is using larger service sizes. And so we shouldn't just assume that 5/8 inch is the only type of residential service size. So it is a little less nuanced to use service line size. I think administration would agree. But we would probably fall on the side of saying that given the risk of creating unusual behaviors and the sort of administrative challenge of identifying how many bathrooms are in each individual property, the service line size is probably a pretty good metric to stand in place. Although not as nuanced as having the direct information about each property.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Councillor Demota?
Well, I like where the mayor's going, because you have to think about as many things as possible, but we're not going to get it all right. There's going to be a few that fall out. His concept will work great if you had a car wash, you know what I mean? So I think if I had a one bathroom at my car wash, you know, that'd be a good deal for me. But at the same time, you know, there are going to be other scenarios that are going to be borderline, but for the greater good, I think going forward with what we have right now, I think is a good idea, with just going with the meters, but that's just me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Do I have any councillors who would like to make this motion? Councillor.
Just to clarify, Mr. Given, you just went off screen, but are you looking for a motion today setting the tiers, or can that conversation still be had? Go ahead.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Hall, for Councillor Wilson. So we expected that there would be, you know, a range of different opinions. Administration has been listening to the discussion here, and I believe that we have enough perspective to take away, you know, the different opinions of council and provide a model that incorporates as best as possible the different perspectives that have been shared. And I think that that may be more practical than council, because there are 30 different variables here. You know, how much should the rate be for tier 1 versus tier 2 water consumption? What is that? You know, what makes up tier 1 for water consumption? What volume, from 0 to 25 cubic meters, 0 to, you know, like, you can appreciate that it would get to be pretty complex. If council is supportive of the CCC rate model, and if council is comfortable that you've been heard by administration, and I could maybe reiterate, this is always actually a reasonable question, is, you know, from council to administration, what do you think you heard us say? And I'd be happy to tell you that, because that's what we would take away and try to incorporate into the model that we would present to you. And at that time, council could judge whether we heard you correctly or whether additional specific tweaks were needed. Does that make sense, Councillor Wilson? Rather than getting into each one, because frankly, council could be here all day without the benefit of Excel spreadsheets to be able to run different models and scenarios, voting on a whole bunch of different variables. And I'm not sure that it would provide the same benefit as just directing administration to present a bylaw incorporating the discussion today. And then when you see what that bylaw looks like and what the impact it would be, then you could judge whether we got it right and make any tweaks that you saw necessary.
Thank you. And I see Councillor Demota with his hand up, but I would be willing to make a motion, but we'll let Councillor Demota go speak first.
No, I too, I was ready to make the motion. My only question was to Mr. Given. Do you want us to ask the question before running the motion? What have you heard from us, you know, to come back with?
Yeah, thanks for the opportunity, Councillor Demota. I sort of put that out there. I appreciate someone willing to take it. So the things that I appreciate the really broad range of discussion I heard broadly, that there was support for considering the CCC rate model and an acknowledgement that there needs to be increased capital investment into the system. I am interpreting that to mean that council members appreciate the transparency of the system and being able to show users that increased capital cost. I heard that there was a desire for a moderate balance across the users, to essentially to treat everybody fairly, while also recognizing that having tiers and having those who have a commercial interest and who consume the most, having them carry their fair share. That obviously is a bit subjective, but I heard that that to me says that there's support for tiers. We'll have to judge whether we get that sort of right overall. I did hear that within those tiers that their council is really leaning to acknowledging that modern residential properties will likely use service lines up to 1 inch in diameter. And so that if there's a breakpoint that we're basing on service lines, that we should probably do those below 1 inch in diameter and then tiers for those above 1 inch in diameter. Now there may be one tier for all those above, or there could be multiple tiers, but that point about 1 inch in diameter service size being an important breakpoint that we need to consider. I also heard from at least one council member, and I certainly didn't hear it from Disputed, an acknowledgement or recognition that in the future there will be additional costs, and there's not an expectation that a new rate model should reduce costs for everybody or for any class of customer. All classes should be treated fairly and should share their appropriate portion of the increasing costs that we're going to have of the system. So what I heard, what I interpret that to mean was don't put your thumb on the scale to treat, to give some class of customer a reduction when everybody else is carrying a greater than their fair share of the burden. So those would be the things that I think I heard. I believe that does give us enough to develop the utility bylaw, a model for the utility bylaw and rates. And we would show you what the impact would be, similar as I've done today, would show you what the impact would be on users of the rates that we propose in the bylaw. And so that's, Councilor Demota, thanks again for the question. That's what I heard. If there's anything that I was substantially off base on or that didn't get in there, now would be the time to include it.
Well, I want to finish by saying thank you, and that pretty much incorporates what I understood today. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, for letting me interject there, and to Councillor Wilson for letting me chime in prior to. I'm not going to steal your thunder. If you have the motion, then go for it. Thank you.
Councillor Wilson, do you wish to make a motion?
Well, I would hope that Councillor Demota was going to do the work, but
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All right, I'll leave it to you then.
All right. Be it resolved that committee direct administration to incorporate the connection consumption capital model into the 2022 utility fees levy and collection bylaw, and that the 2022 utility fees levy and collection bylaw be presented for consideration at the next regular council meeting.
Councillors, any debate? Councillor Wilson, and then Mayor Ireland.
Thank you. Councillor Demota, should reflect in the motion at all that the bylaw to reflect conversations had today and the understanding that Mr. Given has just presented to us. I know it's kind of, or we're just assuming that's what the bylaw will entail.
I'm comfortable with the intent there. I'm open for a friendly amendment, but I believe the intent's there, and it's recorded live. So if there's anything that's veered off of that, we can make reference back to it.
Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I share, I think, Councillor Wilson's view, and I would propose one of two things. If Councillor Demota is prepared to accept this as a friendly amendment, and you find it to be a friendly amendment, the second clause of the motion, I would be inclined to add that the 2022 utility fees levy and collection bylaw be presented for consideration at the next regular council meeting based on scenario 2 of the CCC model. Now, that doesn't mean that it's exactly that, and Mr. Given has indicated what he had heard, but I would prefer that we give some more precise direction, and I could be wrong in where council has arrived on this, but I think that we are closer to scenario 2 than other scenarios. But I'd like to know now, and I'd like to have administration know. And if others disagree and think it's closer to scenario 1 or scenario 3, that's fine. My amended motion, if it comes to that, could be defeated. Alternatively, if that is not accepted as a friendly amendment, then I would ask to split the question, because I'm fully supportive of the first clause, that is to incorporate the connection consumption capital model, and then we can debate the precision of the second clause.
Well, if I read this just for clarity, like scenario 2, the version of the CCC model maintains the tiered consumption charges, but sees all rates, including the top tier, set significantly below the 2021 rates. And I'm not sure if that was, I didn't get the feeling of that from everybody. So that's what scenario 2 introduces. Is that what your intention is?
It is, because at the end of the day, it does not reduce things too much for most. It reduces consumption, but finds a different way to get that. And overall, it looks like a pretty palatable approach to me. But I recognize exactly what you're saying is not everybody necessarily sees it the same way. And so that is why I'm happy to have that as an amendment if you prefer, and we can deal with it. But I think that we owe it to administration to give a little more direction than come back to us with something that you think you heard today. Because if they come back with something, despite the explanation from Mr. Given about what he heard, I think we're going to repeat a lot of this again in a week's time or whenever it comes back to the next regular council meeting. Because I am not comfortable that we have given sufficient direction.
Okay, so just for clarification, you're more interested in giving direction towards the model and not the fee structure that's in there, because just conceptually, like when you're going to address this, I don't want people in the community or people that are watching this to think, oh, like I'm a homeowner here and you're asking me to pay $1,000 more a year. I don't know if I want that. You know, I don't know if I want that concept out there, but is that ideally what you're saying by that?
Deputy Mayor Hall, through you to Councillor Demota. No, there is one part of it that's $1,000 more, but there's a whole lot less that's otherwise. That is not how I read the ultimate result of scenario 2. Yes, there's $1,000 capital component, but there's less in consumption charges. We still get the same money at the end. It's just a portion different.
But there's an increase in the total bill.
And it was a proposal for a friendly amendment, and so it's initially up to you whether or not to accept it. So
No, that's fine.
I won't push that point.
I see where you're saying. I'm just for clarity to the greater public, so that could come out through the through conversation next week, or what comes in front of us. So I'm okay with accepting that.
Councillor Demota, do you want to split your motion into
Nope.
two?
No, it's fine. I'll
Nope.
accept the.
Okay. Any other councillor debate or questions?
Does anybody have any issues with that?
Councillor Waxer.
The Through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Given. I thought that I heard that we were thinking that a flat connection fee was appropriate and a tiered capital charge. And it looks to me like scenario 2 has the opposite.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall, for Councillor Waxer. So to be clear, from what I believe administration heard, I heard that I didn't hear a direction from council or suggestion from council that we should have flat fees in either of the 2 categories. I think that I interpreted council to be saying that they were comfortable considering, and again, not approving at this stage, but considering connection and capital charges that are more attuned to the type of user and the service size. So that may have some variety. I think administration would take away that discussion about the 1 inch and below and above 1 inch size. And I think likely what you would see is capital charges and connection charges that have a couple of tiers with that, those 1 inch and below, and then maybe some other tiers for 1 inch and for above 1 inch. If Mayor Ireland wasn't intending, I think one of the challenges in the scenarios, I appreciate the intent to give more clear direction to administration, but there are, as I said before, there are a number of different variables in scenario 2. And I guess the question might be for council, what is it about scenario 2 that you like? Because there are at least 3 different things that change. And so it would be helpful, I think, to administration if there was some direction to specify one of the scenarios, if council could identify what it was about that scenario that they see as preferable.
Councillor Demota, and then to Mayor Ireland.
Well, this is, I should have asked the question before. Mr. Given, before that question for scenario was introduced as an amendment, did you have a good understanding of what needed to be done coming back? And was it going to fit somewhere in that type of realm? Because I was content that you understood.
Yeah, Deputy Mayor Hall for Councillor Demota, yes. And again, I tried to sort of recap what administration, or what I think I heard from council. The one scenario 2 and scenario 3 are actually have at least one part that's contrary to what I mentioned. I thought I heard from council that nobody should pay less. Scenario 2 explicitly shows that the tier 4 customers would pay less. Now, if that's the outcome that count, so that's where I would, and I don't believe that would be the intent of picking one of the scenarios, because I did see everybody nod when I was sort of recapping. It didn't look like there was any disagreement that everybody should continue to pay what they were paying or slightly expanded because of the increased costs. So it just needs some clarity if we were going to identify a scenario, what the features of the scenario were that made it preferable to others.
Councillor Demota, did you want to follow up on that?
I'd like to defer to Mayor Ireland because it's his amendment that.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, through you to all of council. With the consent of council, I am happy to withdraw my request for the friendly amendment. We are not as far along as I had anticipated. I thought that we were somewhat closer and could save ourselves more time at the next meeting, but I think we're going to have to spend that time. It's not practical to re-engage in the issue right now, so I am happy to withdraw my request for a friendly amendment. Leave it as open-ended as it was. Mr. Given appears to be comfortable with that degree of open-endedness, and council can debate this again at the next regular council meeting.
Councillor Demota, did you want to add anything?
Well, before I close, if anybody else wanted to speak to it, I'm okay. And I wanted to say that I was leaning on the mayor's leadership, and not to put you on in a tough spot. I thought more of the structure and not, you know, and the actual fee structure that's in there, because I feel that I heard the same thing as Mr. Gibbon, and I don't think that the idea is to pay less. It sounds, to me, in my mind right now with what we have in front of us, sounds counterintuitive, but it might make more sense a week from now. So I'm okay to go with the motion as recommended from what administration put in the package today.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you. Sorry for the delay, Deputy Mayor Hall. Just for clarity, the bylaw that'll come before us, we will have perhaps a number of different numbers than what we've seen to get to what we just talked about. And since it is a bylaw, it will need to go through 3 readings. And at the point where we get it for the first reading, that's an opportunity for us to suggest modifications and send it back to administration. So I think I'm comfortable with where we are and what I heard Mr. Gibbon say as administration's understanding. And we'll see what the benefit will be of the conversations that we've had and direction we've given to be able to consider the bylaw. I'd be comfortable to vote currently with the friendly amendment withdrawn by Mayor Ireland, so that we can see a bylaw and then have an opportunity to make suggestions and send it back to admin once they've incorporated today's discussions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. I feel like Councillor Demote is already closed. Any other comments or questions? Do you want to read your motion again, or is everybody comfortable with it? Everyone seems comfortable. I guess I will call the question. All in favor of Councillor Demote's motion? I think Councillor Kelleher MP looks like she's frozen. Were you in favor, Councillor Kelleher MP? So there are none opposed, so that motion is carried. Okay, moving on to item 7.3, although I think it should be 7.4. There's 2 7.2s. The Bike Skills Park. I will pass the mic on to you, Mr. Gibbon.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. And I'll just do a check with council if you're comfortable that we can proceed with the agenda. I'm happy to do that. If you felt that we were going to need a significant amount of time for the other topics that are coming up and you wanted to have a bit of a lunch break, administration could also work with that as well. I'll just do that comfort check before we get in too far. This item may be easier. The item for feedback from parks may have more discussion, but we'll do that check with you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to see if you wanted to pause for a lunch break.
Is council okay to move forward with the next 2 items and then break before item 8? I don't think the next 2 should be too long. What do you guys think?
Well, it is 12:30. We might as well take lunch now and come back in half an hour. But we've got a bit more to talk about.
Is that good with everybody? We'll take a half an hour lunch break and Mayor Ireland. Yep.
I support a break. It's not just the comfort and convenience of council. We have staff to think about, and they deserve to get some lunch as well. So I'm in favor of food for all, nourishment, and we'll come back.
So we will reconvene at 1 p.m.
Thank you.
Welcome back, councillors, from lunch. And we can move on to item 7.4, 3 or 4, the Bike Skills Park.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. Here for committee consideration is a recommendation that the municipality of Jasper enter into a operating agreement with the Jasper Park Cycling Association for a mountain bike Skills Park, just south of Connaught Drive. In the interest of time, I'll try to cover the information at a fairly high level, but the recommendation is that committee recommend council approve the Mountain Bike Skills Park operating agreement with the Jasper Park Cycling Association as presented, and that the committee recommend council endorse the use of the remnant parcel west of parcel GA and direct administration to seek any development approvals that may be required by Parks Canada. The Jasper Park Cycling Association has existed in the community since approximately 2012. They have previously presented to council as early as 2014, where Municipal Council provided support in principle for creating a mountain bike skills park. Since that time, the JPCA has taken a bunch of steps to advance the development of the mountain bike skills park, and including making presentations to council over the years. Just so that we're all on the same page about exactly what we're talking about, there is a remnant parcel, which is, I'll call around the curve of Connaught Drive as it exits the community on the west end. Parcel GA is a defined parcel that is in your package. You'll see the map. Parcel GA is to the extreme right of that map, and we see just a sliver of it on the largest side, map representation. The rounded portion is the remnant parcel, which actually doesn't really have the same kind of land use designation. It really is a remnant parcel. The municipality of Jasper, I believe, holds an interest in this, and so that's why we're not recommending a sublease or anything with the JPCA. Rather, it is a use that administration believes can be conducted on the parcel with its current development status within Parks Canada. That's subject to final parks review and processing. But in any case, for the JPCA to be operating the skills park on what is essentially quote unquote our property, the municipality of Jasper needs to enter into some form of agreement to define the boundaries, the way that use will operate and the relationship between the municipality and the organization. Attached, you'll see a draft agreement for a 3-year term. I would note that it doesn't commit the municipality to anything in terms of funding other than moderate operational support that could be provided in kind through existing municipal operations. The agreement also is clear that any capital requests from the organization to the municipality would have to come through council's regular public budgeting process. The agreement provides some definition on timelines for that, about when a request would need to be received by administration so that it could be presented to council. The other areas that the agreement spells out responsibilities for each party include for the municipality of Jasper to install and maintain an entrance sign for the amenity, that the municipality of Jasper would inspect the safety and condition of the park on a monthly basis. That is obviously in our interest as we have a portion of the liability, that we would provide wildlife proof collection bins and that we would do waste collection. Again, that's in our interest of ensuring the cleanliness of our property and the community in general. It also commits the municipality to assisting in the installation of capital projects or improvements as approved by council, and if there are funding requirements as approved by council through the public budgeting process. For the municipality, we would operationally attempt to support the organization wherever we could, subject to the availability of personnel and equipment. And as long as it was something that didn't have a significant financial impact that should be subject to council approval. And finally, the municipality would include the JPCA as a additional named insured under our general umbrella policy, and that we'd provide liability insurance. For their part, the association would be responsible for appointing a liaison person and making clear who the contact is. Should there be any issues, the municipality would know who we can be in touch with relating to items that deal with the park. They'd be responsible to not erect any improvements on the park without the MOJ's previous consent. And here, that consent would likely be administrative. The recommendation here is that council essentially approve the function on that park And then with the understanding that administration would be responsible for ensuring that anything that happens there is reasonable and responsible and safe. And so we would have that consent would be administrative consent if council provided support for the overall use. To monitor and inspect safety and condition of the park once a week. So the association is responsible for more regular inspections for safety from April to October. And to ensure that they're also responsible to ensure, not just to inspect the park, but to ensure that it's in a good state of repair and that all the structures and trails and features and obstacles are sound and that they adhere to approved design specifications. And I may be able to call up a bit of the design that the organization presented back to council earlier last year. Finally, there are two final points. The organization is responsible to have work bees every second month. So essentially that community volunteer effort to do maintenance and minor improvements and grounds repairs and cleanup. There's not an expectation that the municipality of Jasper is now maintaining this additional asset. That really would be on the work bees and the volunteers. And then finally, they must obtain written approval from the MOJ 30 days prior to hosting any significant or special events at the park. On a financial basis, the municipality would expect that any financial support would be able to be accommodated within the approved 2022 operating budget because it would be of an in-kind nature, with the exclusion of the signage and waste receptacles, which administration sees as being, fairly low cost items that can be handled within the existing budget. Anything more significant than that would be subject to council approval. And as council knows, there is no funded operating grant or capital support in the 2022 budget. There was a unfunded capital item in the 2022 budget, but it was not moved forward and funded by council. So that's an overview of the agreement without going through any of the entire agreement. Administration is recommending that this should be a long enough term agreement that it can provide the stability that the association would need to complete their fundraising efforts and conduct the construction of the park, which they may use, which they may do through a combination of fundraising and existing funds, as well as other in-kind labor that they may source from the community or from their members or volunteers. Administration would say that the agreement should be for a minimum of 3 years to provide that security so that the association could make that investment in this space. And Deputy Mayor Hall, I think I'll turn it back to you to see if there are any questions from the council.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Do any councillors have any questions or comments about the bike park? Councillor Watt.
Through you, Deputy Mayor Hall, to Mr. Given, I wondered if there is a safety or if there is inspection standards for a bike park, if it will just be up to the staff who review it.
Just for additional clarity, Councillor Waxer, do you mean a standard about frequency of inspection or the details of inspection?
I meant the details of inspection. Like I know in playgrounds, there's safety standards. I wonder if there was such a thing for bikes parks as well.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Waxer, through Deputy Mayor Hall. I don't have an answer to that. I'm not certain that there is a specific, a CSA standard, which is what we see often on parks, that there are some specific standards. I think the variety of Bike Skills Park and the inherent sort of physical activity that they're intended to support might not easily lend itself to, standards that are narrowly defined. They probably are broadly defined if they do exist. That's something administration would be able to source out if the development went forward.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Mr. Given, I'm assuming this is really just the first step in our kind of collaboration with JPCA. I know talking with members, I think it was Manu that had requested a desire to present to council, and I know we through my discussion with him, we preference was to present to new council. So I know that he's not here today, although this, in my eyes, seems to be the first step, you know, getting an agreement together between JPCA and the municipality, and then, you know, inviting them to present to us in a future meeting with, you know, whereas we can ask them progress development and et cetera, et cetera. So, you know, I have questions for you, but most likely they should be answered by JPCA. I don't think there has been too much development just yet, but on the side of the MOJ, we did commit last year to some type of assistance with, I think, environmental assessment and the archaeological study. Just wanted to find out on our side, have we, you know, completed that? I think we have in regards to our housing development, but have we been able to provide JPCA with anything concrete?
Deputy Mayor Hall for Councillor Wilson. I'll start at the last of those questions first. Yes, I believe we've undertaken that study. I don't know whether we've actually provided that information at JPCA. Certainly we do have that information. And so when they proceed to development or needing to have that information, the municipality will be able to provide it to them. You're correct that we undertook that along with the assessment that we're doing for the Connaught Utilities project. And so we took that opportunity to just include this in that assessment. And in terms of the relationship, when the organization presented to council last year, they did request an annual operating allocation of $3,500. Again, as highlighted in the report, that is not included in the 2022 operating budget, and there is also no capital dollars for the construction of the project. I would imagine if council approved the use, that would start the ball rolling, so to speak, and it wouldn't surprise me if the JPCA came forward to council. We would certainly expect and hope that they would be presenting to council on a minimum annual basis about the operation of the park. And I would expect that before the construction of the park, as they sort of assess where they are today and how much money they have in the bank and whether they can afford to build what they wanted to build, that we would likely hear from them. But I think, as you rightly identified, the first step is municipal council, you know, agreeing specifically rather than just in principle to enter into an operating agreement, which is, I think, an advancement over that previous support that council's had for the project. I think it's one thing to say, yes, we think it's a good idea to have a bike park. I think the next step is to say, okay, we will enter into an agreement with the organization. I think the steps that would follow would be, what are the specifics of what will get built and when it will get built and who will pay for that. But this agreement at least clearly defines that there is not an expectation that the municipality of Jasper will be doing the upfront costs of construction of the park, unless the organization wants to come forward and make a request of council as a part of the regular budget process. So it just really defines that relationship, says, and I think council's endorsement of the operating agreement would say, yes, council believes there should be a bike park here. This is how the relationship should work. We, of course, would be open to the organization making requests, but the approval of those requests will be considered in context of the overall budget on a regular sort of cycle.
Councillor Wilson, a follow up, and then
yeah, I'll just follow up. And I appreciate that, Mr. Gibbon, and again, looking forward to collaborating with the association in the future. And I you know, in my opinion, I'd like to assist as best as possible. And I know our new hire, Christopher Reed, has had some really good experience in bike parks and pump tracks, etc., across the Yellowhead County. And I would hope that we can harness his abilities and strengths to assist in JPCA throughout this next year in the development stage. So thank you, appreciate it. And of course, I support entering into an agreement and would be willing to make the motion after other councillors have had a chance.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I too am supportive. I have a couple of questions though through you to Mr. Given. I start with Councillor Waxer's observation about safety, and I just wonder whether in these circumstances there is any training required of our staff to be able to give a safety assessment of a bike park of this nature. But whether or not that is the case, it seems to me that it should be somebody's responsibility, probably the municipality's responsibility, in addition to installing and maintaining an entrance sign, whatever that might mean, to install and maintain signs that say, use at your own risk. It seems to me that there is a liability issue when we deal with our own insurers. We ought to make it clear that as much as we support the opportunity, there are inherent risks, and users have to be cognizant of that and take precautions. So I don't know whether that includes signage that says wear a helmet, things of that nature, but I think we should be clear from the outset about what we're getting into. My other two observations, there is a phrase about providing waste collection, and it says throughout the park. I don't know what that means. I would prefer that it says that we're responsible to provide wildlife-proof waste and recycling collection bins for the park, and we'll attend to the collection of waste and recycling. But I'd like to see recycling added, but I'd like to reduce the wording throughout the park, because I don't know how many garbage cans that might entail, but there should be something there. And then finally, the question about funding leaves me a bit confused. So as I understand the draft agreement, administration can provide some sort of funding for regular operations. And if those requests come to more than $2,000, they have to come to council? Or is it only in kind that you're talking about?
Deputy Mayor Hall for Mayor Ireland on that last point, really is only in kind. You know, administration judged that $2,000 sort of threshold to be where, you know, we can accommodate a request of, you know, the waste collection bins, for example. You know, it's a part of regular operations. There is a cost to that, but we're going to be buying and using waste collection or recycling bins, and so we would just do that. This was intended for times where the organization may wish to request a cash contribution. There's not an intention that administration would provide cash contributions to the JPCA of, you know, $1,500 a year. The intent here is that if they are starting to ask for in-kind support or supports that start to be a material impact, by material I mean above $2,000 of expense for the municipality, those are the types of items that we would expect to bring forward to council. If they come and say, you know, with a request of, hey, when you're by, would you mind doing, you know, could you help us out by doing X project? We would have a look at that and say, well, X project is pretty minor, we can do that, no big deal. Or X project is actually pretty big, and by the way, that will entail a significant amount of staff time and resources, and that might be the kind of thing that we should forward to council because we believe it'll cost more than $2,000.
Okay. Well, I just invite administration to look at I think it's the 5th bullet point under MOJ responsibilities in the draft agreement. It specifically says funding, which doesn't sound like what it really means. And then the $2,000 limit, is that on an annual basis? If that is the intent, I'd be more comfortable if it actually said that. And those are my comments. And while I am at it, and because this discussion will continue a bit and we have another one, with your permission, Deputy Mayor Hall, I would make a motion at this time that this meeting continue beyond the 4-hour limit, which otherwise constrains us.
Everyone understands the motion. I can call the question. All in favor to extend for more than 4 hours? Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Anybody else have any comments or questions regarding the bike park? Mr. Given?
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Hall. Well, so just in a bit of a brief look to the question that Councillor Waxer raised, and his worship sort of also touched on about, what happens in an inspection. Administration's intention would be that we would not be looking for things that are specific to bike park tracks, like, that the slope of the corner is more than 45 degrees, whatever the specifics might be, which I, don't have at hand. We would be looking on our monthly inspections for things that are obvious physical safety risks that are outside of, the inherent active nature of the sport. That's broken, a tree has fallen down over here, or whatever else the case might be. That said, the International Mountain Bicycling Association of Canada does maintain a list of recommended inspection tasks for mountain bike trails. And I would imagine that we would work with the JPCA to ensure that those types of tasks are undertaken. Again, for the municipality, our inspections would be at a high level. For the JPCA, we would expect them in their weekly inspections to ensure the things that are more mountain bike specific, if I can say that. But there are some standards that don't appear to be government standards that we're obliged with to comply with. That said, I think if we can demonstrate our due diligence in following recommended approaches in inspection, it is a way for us to ensure that we are covering off as best as possible any legal liability that we may have. So through the operating agreement, we can say that the park is being inspected weekly by the user and that there's a requirement for them to bring issues to our attention. And we can also say that we are inspecting monthly. And if we can demonstrate that we did that in alignment with best practice as published by the International Mountain Bike Association, I think that would cover off our liability. The other point that was raised by Mayor Ireland just around signage, I think that this use is probably quite similar to the skateboard park. We have an existing skateboard park facility. I have to be honest that I'm not sure about what signage is there, but I think that's a facility that's existed in the community for quite some time. Obviously, the municipality has accepted some level of risk by having that on our property, and it doesn't appear that there are significant signage investments required for that. And we would follow a similar approach to ensure that we informed users about the inherent physically active nature of the activity, the potential risk to them, and that when they undertake that activity that they're assuming some of those risks. And again, that we're doing our due diligence through the responsibilities that are laid out in the agreement.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Councillor Melnick.
Sorry for the delay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Just a couple of quick questions. The existing site there, with the potential development or development in parcel GA, will development of anything in that remnant parcel interfere with the future development in parcel GA? And also, is this still considered part of our green space in the town of Jasper, even though it's being developed potentially as a bike park, mountain bike skills park? I'm assuming it will, because the structures, it sounds like, that may go in there are going to be portable in nature or easily removed and won't be a development per se, and we'll still be able to count this as green space.
Deputy Mayor Hall for Councillor Melnick. So first, this remnant parcel is, as you said, is adjacent to GA, but the previous council did not approve the extension of services to GA. So parcel GA actually is any development of that is many years into the future, as it is currently an unserviced site in and of itself. And so this is a unserviced site, you'd have to, for development to occur on GA, there'd have to be a substantial capital investment. So that time horizon is quite a ways off. In terms of would this continue to be a part of the green space? Yes, I believe it would. And the nature of the development, and I'll use that term loosely, would be really earthworks and items and features that would be able to be easily remediated if the use of the park was discontinued. It would be able to be returned to its natural state relatively easily.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Are there any further comments or questions from council? I don't see any hands. I might invite Councillor Wilson to make the motion. I know he wanted to.
Thank you. Yeah, so I would make the recommendation, or sorry, the motion that committee recommend council, or recommend council to approve the Mountain Bike Skills Park operating agreement with the Jasper Park Cycling Association as presented. I'm going to pause there, Mayor Ireland. Your edits, would you like included in this motion, or are they minor in nature that they could just be taken care of by administrations?
I think they can be taken care of if that is the will of council. So I would say approve the operating agreement as amended during council discussion today.
Thank you for that. So that committee recommend council approve the Mountain Bike Skills Park operating agreement with the Jasper Park Cycling Association as amended through conversation in this meeting, and that committee recommend council endorse the use of the remnant parcel west of parcel GA and direct administration. Direct administration seeking any development approvals that may be required by Parks Canada.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any questions or debate? Councillor Demota.
After our presentation and the conversations that we had following that, I thought we'd already gone through this process. So it was interesting to see it here. And I have a short-term memory on certain things and a long-term on others. So this one escaped me. So when I saw it on the agenda, I was quite taken by it. But I'm glad we're here, and it's a feel-good thing for the community. And I'm all about maximizing our space to do good things when we can. So this is a good step forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Any further comments or question? Then I will call the question. All in favor? There are none opposed. That motion is carried. Thank you very much. I will move on to item 7.5. I know it says 4, but I think there's 2 7.2s. Sledding at Snape's Hill, which is my initiative. So the Snape's Hill sledding area was well loved and well used. I'm going to argue for generations of Jasper children until its closure in 2017. At that time, it directly affected my family because our son was old enough to walk to Snape's Hill by himself because it was in our neighborhood, but not old enough to walk to Centennial because it was just a bit too far away. I do understand and I do agree with the closure behind the sledding hill, but I would like to explore the idea of closing the zone to vehicles and not our children by creating a dead end zone where Geeky Street meets Willow Avenue. Mr. Given does have a map of that area. If people aren't quite sure what I'm talking about, I will continue on if he wants to pull that up. During my campaigning this fall, I focused a lot of my attention on this area because it's very highly densely populated with lots of families. I have had some communication with Mr. Given also through he's reached out to ops, and the Snape's Hill project, although it might require some careful consideration, I do believe it's not impossible, and I do think it's worth looking into. I would like to direct administration to bring forward some recommendations to create a sliding area, a little winter park in our neighborhood. I invite council to questions or comments. Councillor Wilson.
And just right off the bat, I you know, of course, I am in support of exploring this. But so Geeky Street, where it dead ends, would then are you suggesting that then that be sorry, it would be yeah, no, so I'm not sure what my question was actually. Sorry, yeah,
it would essentially create 3 dead ends for three streets, but it's not an emergency route. It's the fourth route to be plowed, right where you can see the little icon. So a barrier on Willow Ave, on 2 spots, and a barrier on Geeky Street coming into that area. The issue was that kids were sledding into the road with traffic. So if we could eliminate that risk, we could be able to open up that area to sledding for our children again. And like I said earlier, when I walked around and I did hit all those apartment buildings and knocked on every single door, Trailer Court, Patricia Place, the walk-ups, they are full of families. And Centennial, although our town is small, it is a bit of a walk for smaller kids in this area. We at that time when it closed, Casey could go to Snape's Hill by himself, but he was too little to go all the way to Centennial Park. And there aren't, being in a mountain town, it seems funny that we don't have a lot of sledding options, but we really don't. And this was one that was well utilized up until its closure. Any other comments or questions from council? Don't see any. I'm not sure if Mr. Given has any other input he'd like to add, since we have been in communication about this for the last month.
Sure. Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. Well, I appreciate Deputy Mayor Hall mentioned council that administration had a bit of a brief look at this. I hope that council appreciates that our approach to things is, if we can do something, we'll give it a try and see how it goes. This particular item, though, my suggestion would be that it should come to council for discussion, because it would not be an insignificant impact on the function of this area, in that it would create these 3 dead-end streets. And so council would have to consider how the residents may react to that. They're also, from a purely sort of operational standpoint, on the corner of what I'll call the southwest corner of Geeky and at the intersection of Geeky and Willow, there is a fire hydrant, and so we would need to ensure that access to that hydrant was maintained in some way. And my advice to Councillor Hall was that almost similar to the discussion about the bike park, this undertaking could get to the stage where it would be material either in cost or function or impact to the residents. And so that being the case, it would be something that administration would like to have clear council direction to explore before expending a significant amount of resources to come up with a solution. Because if council didn't see it as a priority project, then administration would obviously dedicate those resources to other tasks that we have in front of us already. That said, administration fully acknowledges that distributing these kind of recreational assets across the community can improve walkability of the community and public access. So we certainly see the benefit, but we wanted to ensure that it was a discussion at the council table rather than because of that impact on the public. If it didn't have this impact on the public, administration probably would have just said, well, let's just give it a shot and see how it goes. Because we would like to take that approach. But when we start to have what, at least from my perspective, is a more material impact on the need to ask your council colleagues to make a motion on your behalf, or if you wish to make a motion, obviously you can't do that from the chair, so you might wish to ask somebody else to take the chair for a period of time so you can make the motion. But that's just a process recommendation. Really up to council and committee about what they wish to do with any motion, if any was forthcoming.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Any other Councillor Wilson?
So sorry, I haven't sledded there. I don't think my kids were old enough at the time there was sledding there. But do sledders project like way out onto the street, or is there a possibility? And again, it's maybe premature to ask the question, but is it a possibility to close a part of the street with single lane lanes, I guess, around the closed down area, like just so we're not dead ending the whole thing. But again, I guess it's a preliminary question, or sorry, it might be premature. But I do support the initiative. I lived in the area as well, and I think it would be ideal to have kids be able to use the area. And I would make the motion. I guess I think we I guess hear from other councillors if we should be entertaining it, and if the motion is needed, I could make it. But I just wanted to see if other councillors feel like we should be moving down in that direction.
Councillor Demota, and then Mayor Ireland, and then Councillor Kelleher MP.
I've also lived in the area in many different spots over the years, and especially with new housing and everything that's grown in, and more I think younger families that are staying in the community. I think there's a high concentration of people over there, and I'm worth revisiting that again. Just from like a little bit of corporate history, I believe that we did discuss this at one point, and almost to a similar degree with the closure and everything like that. And we had an assessment done, and I think that there were too many liabilities at the time. But I think it's worth the conversation. I can't exactly remember why it fell off the radar and what the decision was at the time, but I think it's worth revisiting, and regardless of what construct it might be, it's worth trying and failing. If it does fail, then not trying at all. So I'd rather try it and it be successful. And but if it isn't, then you could, at least we made an effort, to explore it. Thank you.
I think you muted, Councillor Hall, or we can hear you.
I think I was up next, if I may. Everybody seems to be having internet problems at the same time, but Councillor Hall, Deputy Mayor Hall will return shortly, I hope. But because I want to make a motion, I'd like the chair to be back.
While we're waiting, just because you were on council, Mr. Mayor, and maybe Councillor Keller MP as well, wasn't Snape still part of like 3 that we were exploring, and then we ended up with Centennial Park, and then putting some funding towards the Churchill, and consequently the 3rd option was removed because of some insurance liabilities, or the risk was too high?
My understanding is that when it came in front of us, Councillor Demota, it was an insurance issue, and that was when this shut down the church and Snape Hill. At that time, we did, I think, direct $40,000 to revamp the hill by the Catholic Church for sledding, but I don't believe we directed any money to Snape Hill. My understanding back then, because it was so densely populated with the apartment buildings, and the parking down there seemed to be an issue, that it fell off the table. You are correct.
Sorry, I was just filling in a gap there just for conversation. and just some history.
So if I may then, Deputy Mayor Hall, to council, I am supportive of Councillor Wilson's approach. I think there might be an opportunity to build a berm sort of in a circular or semicircular fashion halfway into the street. My recollection is that there was a concern when we looked at this before that would not prevent people from standing on top of the berm and then careening straight down into the open portion of Geeky anyway. And that was one of the reasons I thought that we left that. But there could be a configuration with a berm to stop progression beyond about the center line of Willow, with perhaps a fence at the top to stop them from going over and down the other side. But to look at this and consider the safety aspects, I am prepared to make a motion now that council direct administration to return to council with a report identifying any opportunities for closure or partial closure of Willow and Geeky to accommodate sledding at Snape's Hill. I know we did look at this earlier. We didn't look at it in a really formal sense. I'd be happy to revisit. I did grow up in the neighborhood. The hill seemed a lot bigger at that time. And we could, as I recall, make it a ways up Geeky Street. And that, in fact, is not just a sledding hill in my memory. That's where I learned how to ski. And so if we can provide that opportunity to today's generation, I think it would be a wonderful thing. But we have to consider now that there are all sorts of residents. When I was a child, it was nothing but trees around there and an empty road. But if we direct administration, as I indicated in the motion, to return with a report, then we know where we stand.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Am I back on now? Can you guys all hear me again? Okay. I unfortunately cannot see all the panels, so people are going to have to let me know who's raising their hands. Mayor Ireland, did you make that motion?
I did, yes, make a motion.
Okay.
I could repeat it if you like, but I did make a motion.
That's fine.
To assist Councillor Hall or Deputy Mayor Hall, both Councillor Melnick and Councillor Demota have had their hands up.
Councillor Melnick and then Councillor Demota.
I didn't have my hand up. I was just letting you know that we couldn't hear you.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I through you to Mr. Given in the report. I think it would be important to have a conversation with the stakeholders on that hill, especially the new development that's going on that hill, to see how that might be impacting, or how the use of the hill as a sledding hill will impact their new development. I am in favor of looking at this, no question. I just want to make sure that all of the stakeholders are taken into consideration.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Councillor Demota, did you have your hand up? No. Are there any other questions or comments from council? I see no hands risen. The question has been called. Is that correct?
It needs to be called if that's what you're doing now.
Yes. I will call the question. All on Mayor Ireland's motion. All in favor? I see none opposed, so that motion is carried. Thank you very much. Councillor Demota?
just to add a little bit of levity, I don't know if anybody's familiar with the song Tilson Burke from Stompin' Tom Connors, but it's his experience of working in the tobacco fields in Southern Ontario or somewhere like that. Anyway, when the song goes, my back still aches when I hear that word. When I lived adjacent to Snape's Hill there in the walk-ups, a little in the dusk time in the evening when the kids had gone off to dinner and stuff, I had attempted to do some jumps there on my snowboard and hurt my tailbone. So anytime I hear Snape's Hill, my butt still hurts when I hear that word.
Thank you, Councillor Timota. Moving on to agenda item number 8.1 Parks Canada Garage Suites Inquiry. I think I'll hand this over to Mr. Given. Is that right?
I'll just introduce it briefly, Deputy Mayor Hall. This was correspondence that was received from Parks Canada. As council and the community are likely aware, Parks has embarked on a community consultation process back in 2019 to gather information on ADUs, or accessory dwelling units, which would include secondary suites, garage suites, and carriage homes. Their stated purpose is to find opportunities to address residential housing shortages in the community. In the letter, they state that they're currently working through adjustments to the PHA accommodation requirements. They expect that they will be bringing something forward, but this initial document that they're bringing forward to the community and to council is specifically around garage suites and what a potential garage suite approach may look like. In the letter, they acknowledge the potential benefit of garage suites in terms of being able to create an extra dwelling unit on a existing parcel. They would obviously ensure that any developments would be consistent with Jasper's architectural motif. And as you can see from the attached diagrams, there would be an expectation that there would still be availability of on-site parking for both the garage suite and for the primary residence. In the document, you'll see that they basically have a site plan and a bit of a demonstration of what a garage suite could look like. And they have a few different elevations that would be dependent on sort of where you'd be building a garage suite. This is here for council's information and potentially for council to provide an opinion back to Parks Canada. I could see a potential motion that would be, committee directing administration to provide acknowledgement of receipt of this communication. It could be as simple as that, saying, hey, we saw it, and not necessarily giving any opinion. Council could choose to go further and make a motion to acknowledge the receipt of this communication and to provide its support for the proposal. Or council could acknowledge receipt of the communication and express a request for revision or change. Obviously, that's really at a high level, that's the three options that are available to you. You could just say, hey, we received it, thanks very much. Hey, we received it, we like it. Or, hey, we received it and we'd like you to make this change. But in any case, I appreciate the fact that Parks Canada, our partners at Parks Canada, are circulating this to the municipality of Jasper and to council, so the municipal council can have some input into the direction of the community. Councillor Hall, I'll leave it with you. I think at minimum, we need to have a motion to receive this for information, which would be essentially that acknowledgement of, hey, we got it, but without sort of expressing an opinion on it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Given. Any comments or questions from council? Councillor Wilson?
Well, first off, this is, I think, great news, great progress. We didn't really know that the development office was working on this. As of our last update, I don't think that they had the manpower to tackle this. So great. I like the progress. What I would like to see, I guess, before Parks Canada finalizes the land use policy, is actually to see the actual policy. We worked with Parks Canada on the ADU interim policy, and this was really a secondary, a secondary stage to that ADU policy. So I just want to make sure that Right, I would feel that we should also be involved in that, finalizing the land use policy rather than Parks Canada suggesting that they would be finalizing it with just a bit of feedback from us. So again, we worked, you know, it may be a matter of setting up a workshop with the development office or inviting Mr. Kreisenbeck to present to us. Maybe it's a time, maybe we wait until the couple weeks until they have the PHA work done. But again, great progress. I'd just like to see some more. I'd like to see that that policy as well, like the wording as well as the drawings.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Any other questions or comments from council? Mayor Ireland.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Perhaps it's implicit, but it is not explicit in the letter what Parks Canada anticipates in terms of parking. So I would be happy to accept the letter as information at some point, but I would like some further details before we proceed too much further with it. So I would like to know in particular whether there will be a parking requirement for garage units at the back of the property, and whether there is an expectation that those will in fact be used, and there will be some type of enforcement requirement to ensure that the residents of the garage suites park in off-street parking in lanes, and who's going to have to police that? Will that become a municipal issue if that is the intent? And from our own perspective, the municipal perspective, the letter indicates that this would be available only in a couple of zones, but it doesn't differentiate between those zones that now have paved lanes and those that don't. And I think that from an operational perspective, and particularly a service standard perspective, that might make a difference to us. And will it then require us to take a look at our service standards? Will we have an obligation to plow lanes as well as streets, and what is the cost of that? And I'm not saying that any of these things are insurmountable, but before we give a nod to Parks Canada to proceed, I'd like to know what it means from an operational perspective from the municipality. And so with that understanding, I would be prepared and am prepared to make a motion that we accept the letter as information and direct administration to request further particulars from Parks Canada and to report to council about service standards which would accrue to the municipality of Jasper.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland. Are there any further comments or questions from council? I don't see any hands up as I flip back and forth. Oh, Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I do see the suite is in this particular presentation 45 square meters, which is somewhat small, and again, meant for probably maximum occupancy of 2 people. Certainly this is only a conceptual design, but I think in what should be considered as well is a design or square footage that also allows individuals to be able to accommodate their various amenities for their quality of life. And I'm going to suggest that people like to camp, people like to hike, people like to bike, they ski, that the end square footage, minimum square footage of these homes should accommodate a standard of living that is going to be going to add a good quality of additional housing into the municipality. It would be a shame to develop, really, really small areas where people are just stacked on top of each other. And that would be my only concern, is that at this particular presentation, they've suggested 45 square meters, which may be a minimum, and it may be actually expanded to more than that, depending on the site.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Any further questions or comments from council? I believe there is a motion on the table from Mayor Ireland. Is that correct? Then I will call the question. All in favor? I see none opposed, so that motion is carried. Moving on to agenda item number 9, motion action list.
Yes, Deputy Mayor Hall, the motion action list is attached for committee's consideration. I'll go through some of the items that administration would recommend could be updated. First, the Bike Skills Park. There was an item from back April 27th about bringing forward to work with the JPCA to draft a recommended agreement. That has been delivered here today, and any action arising from today's motion would replace this item. So we suggest that Bike Skills Park item from April 27th could be deleted. The principles for the utility rate bylaw, again, that item has been deleted. It is moving forward. The utility rate bylaw would be the next thing that will show up, and so we'd suggest that item has been delivered and could be deleted. The paid parking pilot project wrap-up report was delivered prior to the end of the year, so that one could be removed. Administration is suggesting to council that the S block parking report and policy level discussion should be moved forward to February from originally proposed January. The fiscal controls and reporting policy, we're requesting that council support moving that to February from January. And 2 final items, the visual identity and logo redesign. Council has been engaged in that discussion. That is proceeding, and administration is working with the consultants in our internal team and the web design team to move that forward, and we'll be bringing additional information to council and the community as that happens, but I don't believe that there's any additional committee work that will be happening from that, so we'd suggest that item could be removed. Sorry, 2 additional ones. The policy development and review priority list is there. There was a request to return to a future committee of the whole meeting with a priority list. That has been delivered and could be removed. And then finally, there was a final paid parking item that arose in December from budget. And I believe that, again, that paid parking issue has largely been concluded. We would acknowledge that there are additional items that will be coming forward on paid parking, as there are some decisions left to be made by council. They will be incorporated into the motion action list. But all of the items that I have highlighted here have either been completed in administration's view, or we're asking for committee support for moving them forward to February rather than January. With that, Deputy Mayor Hall, administration would request that the committee approve the updates to the motion action list as recommended.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Are there any comments from council? I have a quick question actually about speed limits. I have been seeing some buzz on social media. People are still wondering when that's happening, or if that's happening, or what's happening with our speed limits.
Thanks very much, Deputy Mayor Hall. So previous council did reduce the speed limits on a couple of select sites. There was some discussion about whether that should be applied more broadly across the entire community. And the conclusion was that committee directed administration to bring forward a report to identify sort of a more holistic approach. We're still expecting to bring that to council by the end of this month. If it turns out that we're not able to deliver that, then obviously we would speak to that at that time. But at this stage, we believe we can still bring that report about a more holistic approach and community-wide approach to speed limits by the end of this month.
Thank you, Mr. Given. Any comments from council?
Scott has his hand up.
Yep. Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Given, just following up on that as well, like previous council did make a motion to reduce speed limits on certain streets, and some of those streets still have the 50. I think that's the, knock those signs down, and I think, the whole kind of holistic approach to speed limits, that, I think that can kind of come whenever, but the ones that have been reduced to 30 still have some 50s. So I think they just have to matter of getting them pulled.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson. Mayor Ireland, I saw your hand up.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Through you to Mr. Given, and this is just peripherally related to the motion action list, but I see that one of the matters that's due later this month is to come from the Director of Culture and Recreation and yourself, and we no longer have that. And I wonder, just in a more general sense, is there anything that council needs to do to regularize the organizational change that has come about? I mean, I can appreciate you can change the motion action list to put Director of Community Development whenever you choose to do that, but it just made me wonder whether there is any formal step that council ought to take to recognize that change at the organizational level.
Thanks, Your Worship. Deputy Mayor Hall, through you to Mayor Ireland. I don't believe there is, Your Worship, but I will review council policies just to confirm whether or not there may be some, I've found in a couple of spots that there are requirements on administration that pop up not necessarily where you might expect them. So there is not a council approval of organizational structure policy that is that explicit. I'll do a little bit more digging around to see if there are any terms that would suggest that might be expected from administration. But I think generally the approach or understanding is that administration and the CAO are responsible for reporting to council about the budget, and council approves the resourcing of the organization. That council sets policy direction and administration implements it, but that the form of the organization is broadly left in the CAO's hands. And having said that, I will do a little bit more research just to confirm that there isn't some other sort of requirement that exists somewhere that I hadn't expected to see it.
Thank you. It may entail another change to the initial policy review priority list.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, for your question, and thank you, Mr. Given. Are there any other comments from council regarding the motion action list? I don't see any hands up. I believe, Mayor Ireland, you might have had this motion, or were prepared to make the motion.
I am prepared to make a motion. Off the top of my head, I don't remember the format of it, but I will move that council approve the motion action list subject to the changes noted or the updates noted.
Any debate or questions from council? I see no hands. I will call the question. All in favor? None opposed. That is carried. Moving on to item 10.1, council appointments to board and committees. Anybody have anything to report from the last week? I can step in, and I attended a community conversation last Wednesday, adult conversation. I did learn that in the month of December, 12 either families or single residents struggle to pay rent. I did learn that adults are really missing drop-in indoor sports. I also wanted to note, and I think this is an amazing format we have these conversations, that if we lived anywhere else, we might not know this information. And I left last week's community conversation feeling fantastic, and it was a good chat. Also on February 9th, Outreach is offering a community helpers course. It's a day-long course. It's $20, includes lunch. I am going to be attending it, and I would recommend that we all do it. It looks really good. Does anybody else have any committees, updates? Councillor Waxer.
Yes, I attended the community conversation for seniors, and the two things that I learned is increasing concern about seniors being socially isolated, as well as the fact that, which is almost in opposition, that the seniors lounge is now being used 6 days a week. It wasn't clear how many people were using it, but that there was events of some sort 6 days a week.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. I joined Kathleen, Councillor Waxer, at that seniors community conversation, and it was the first opportunity for me to be involved, and can not add anything to what Councillor Waxer had reported. Moving forward tonight, I do have a museum board meeting at 7 o'clock, and other than to report from the last museum board meeting, very successful Festival of Trees, and we should be seeing, they will be presenting a preliminary end of year budget forecasted from 2021. So it'll be interesting to see how that particular organization fared with the subsidies that were available through the federal government for labor, and how that'll affect the 2022 budget moving forward, since a lot of those subsidies have now been reduced.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick. Any other councillors have anything to report? Councillor Kelleher-Ampe.
I just want to follow up on something that Councillor Melnick said. Maybe the museum should look into the federal program. It's for tourism and tourism subsidies that is now out, that it came in from October 24th to current. It's very similar to the wage subsidy. You just go in, you fill out the forms like currently is, identify, because a museum technically within Jasper falls under tourism. So they should look that up, because there's very similar programs for the tourism industry for wage subsidy.
Thank you, Councillor Keller. Demota.
Oh, I wanted to use this opportunity just to plant a seed into something that I was thinking about, because I was reading through another document that I was inadvertently led into last night, and it was something that Banff, Canmore, and Jasper had worked on collectively as far as representation of resort municipalities in Alberta, and I'm just wondering if there might be an opportunity to have some type of official informal committee where we make plans to meet on a regular basis. And I think that part of that discussion would have happened during our priority planning session, but I think it's something just to consider. I'm not saying we should move forward on it. It was just an idea that was sparked, and regardless of when or if we meet or we plan to do it, I think that we should have some sort of official initiative, because there are bigger things that we can be working on, and it's just my idea again. And of course, that would have to come with all of council's, the three councils' approval. But it's just an idea out there. And whether it's been discussed already or not, I think it's an initiative worth contemplating. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Demota. Councillor Kelleher-Ampe.
I'm not sure if Councillor Melnick got all of that. I think I cut out.
Councillor Melnick.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall, and yes, Councillor Keller MP. I have that on my list of things to bring up to the museum board meeting, because I did forward on to them the contact, as well as a reminder that there is the utility subsidy that they should take advantage of as well, to help to recover funds for their operation.
Thank you, Councillor Melnick and Councillor Kelleher-MP. I did want to mention, and I forgot to say this when I initially talked about community conversations, anyone is able to log in. You can just keep your phone in your pocket, keep yourself on mute and your camera off. It's a really good way to see what's going on in our community from community members. I left that meeting last week feeling phenomenal. So I want you guys all to have that feeling. Are there any other councillor appointments, reports for boards and meetings? Seeing nothing, we'll move on to item 10. I don't need a motion to continue on, do I? No, okay. So upcoming events, I do know that Jasper in January has been postponed or canceled due to the rise in COVID cases in our province and our town. There is an intergovernmental meeting on February 1st, which we've been talking about in email. Anybody else have any upcoming events to mention? Mayor Ireland?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Hall. Just for clarity, Jasper in January is not canceled. There will be January and there will be Jasper, and people are welcome to come and enjoy Jasper during January. It's just that a number of traditional live events won't be hosted. And that's just in response to the pandemic. But Jasper in January as a concept continues alive and well, and everybody is welcome to safely come and visit Jasper and do what they can in the great outdoors primarily.
Thank you, Mayor Ireland, for the clarification. Yes. Any other councillors have anything to add to upcoming events? I see no hands, which leads us to item number 13, which is adjournment. Do I have Councillor Wilson?
I make the motion to adjourn.
Excellent. All in favor of that motion? There are none opposed. Thank you, Council, very much for bearing with me. My very first chairing of a meeting with all my technical difficulties. I appreciate all your help.
Very well done, Deputy Mayor Hall.
Thank you. I hope everyone has a wonderful rest of their Tuesday. Feel better, Helen.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you guys all.
Thank you. Bye-bye.